50 million, as it is said, is much less. Why can't we give them all that is due them? Why can't we do that? I was going to talk on 3 items, Mr. Speaker. The other item is the recent damage that was done by the storm that ravaged the North Bank. Our people are in desperate need of help. Before we go to give the drug law enforcement honorarium, why don't we give it to our people who are suffering? We have had the case of teachers sleeping in classrooms. Do you expect those teachers to be role models? What consideration are the people going to have of a government that they had voted in, that when they suffer, the government will come to address their plight? Our people recently were given $250 across the board for those that were ravaged by the storm. $250. Thank you very much. $250, not $25,000, but $250 for those who were affected by the storm. Yes. Is that a joke or a mockery? The other item I want to talk about is centralized services. Centralized services is a service that is a contingent which is most of the time not explained, the use of which is not explained to the National Assembly. Centralized service. You pump in money, the centralized service, and what comes out of that money? What comes out of it? Where do we use that money and how? It is essential that people should know. And we would expect that this is the time that these monies that are pushed in there are rooted out and then used for the benefit of the people. Centralized services. Centralized services. Is a well with a lot of resources, the use of which is not explained to people. So we could still be waiting to know. The Ministry of Works here is talking of the bailout of the GCAA. People are asking questions pertaining to the $1,000 that passengers pay at the airport. Where do we put that money? Can that not be part of this bailout that is coming in? Well, perhaps later they will be. When we talk of health and the present situation as the third variant of the COVID, we had a press release from the Inspector General of Police saying they want to resuscitate the March 8th, April 8th, May 8th, June 8th, July 8th. press releases pertaining to the COVID. And if you don't have your mask, you could be fined $1,000. Where is that money going to be lodged into? We need to know that. Let's try to think of creating budgets to address the plight of our people when in need. My colleagues here have talked about us considering, us giving support, and of dropping support for the enfranchisement of our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. This government came about because of the significant contributions of the diaspora. We would be very ungrateful if we don't give consideration to those people. Let's give them. They have a right to. So, the only people they are waiting and relying on to support that right, to stand with them, is this National Assembly. And for those who are supporting it, those who are drumming it, have every right to do so. When we meet tomorrow, what is going to happen? Even if they don't vote, we would be looking at them with shame that we were not able to keep our promise or the expectations that endured between us and them. It is our obligation to keep our obligation with them and thereby fostering a closer relationship. We see whenever our sister countries within the sub-region are having their elections, we see their citizens queuing, voting. Why can't we do the same? We were advocating for no illegal voting. So we are going to lose the foreign vote and we are going to lose our diasporan vote. We will be in the middle. We would not have the foreigners voting and we would not have our own citizens in the diaspora voting. Where do we stand? We say it's an emergency. That is more emergent than whichever we might be thinking of. Vehicles for elections or vehicles for the revising courts. We see when the president is set to go on tour, vehicles are impounded at the bridge. Why can't likewise be done? Because they'll be used just for a short period. Why can't likewise be done? Because it's going to be fuel plus motivation, which is going to be more cost effective than buying vehicles. In fact, after we bought vehicles for this, who is going to own those vehicles? Honorable Minister, I close at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Basir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the executive of my government. Yes, some call me independent. Those who didn't know the political history of this country, especially the coalition 2016, they don't know my position. I'm a coalition stakeholder. I'm a signatory to the coalition agreement. Those sleeping people who goes to media and inform the Gambian people The coalition is about 7 political parties and one independent. Those people are sleeping. The correct information is the coalition is 7 political parties and 3 independent. And those 3 independents, Hon Magasi and Hon Buba Aisani, are key players. Without us, the coalition 2016 cannot be where it is. So put that into consideration. So therefore, if I say my government, this is my government, if my government fails, I fail. If it succeeds, I succeed. It is my responsibility to give any support I can to my government for it to succeed. Honorable Speaker, the member for Banjul North yesterday said something very important here in this parliament. Who is opposing who? Who is the enemy to who? Who doesn't want who to succeed? At the end of the day, we are just different fractions over one denominator. That's the Gambia. If the Gambia flies, we all fly. If the Gambia sinks, who will be left behind? Nobody. What is important is the cooperation. We are all given responsibilities to answer to the parliament. We are given responsibility. The executive, they are given responsibility. The judiciary, they are given responsibility. Whoever holding responsibility in this country, you need the resources to function. So therefore, if you don't understand each other in that context, we cannot cooperate. And if you fail to cooperate, I will not suffer, you will not suffer, but the entire nation will suffer. At the end of the day, you will see yourself fail. I'm not here for that. I'm here to make Gambian people to enjoy. It's one Gambia, one nation, one people. That's our people. That's why we are here for. Our mandate is to verify anything before us, whether it is constitutional friendly, whether it goes with the laws of the Gambia. And the exercise before us, the minister in his introductory remark called our attention that this exercise is within the laws of the Gambia. It's an exercise that's dictated by the Constitution. It's an exercise that's dictated by an act of parliament called Public Finance Act. So therefore, what is wrong in this? Nothing, absolutely. Honorable colleagues, if you and me, all of us, can recall in these very chambers how many parliamentary questions were addressed to the executive. Could you remember? Any one of you who address a question to the executive, your answer is here. And he knows it, your answer is here. Any one of us who address a question to the executive, your answer is within. In addition to that, when he came to adjournment debates, members, when he came to adjournment debates, parliamentarians here, any one of us raised a concern, submitted an issue to the executive to be addressed. And those issues, some of them have been answered here.
Can I observe you?
I taught for 14 years. I know how to rectify myself.
Can I observe you? Honorable member, can I observe you, Basi?
My brother, relax and you listen, please. Relax and listen.
Can you concentrate on the document?
Thank you.
Can you concentrate on the budget?
Honorable Speaker, so this is the issue. The issues that we have raised here, calling the attention of the ministers to address some of those issues, have been answered here. We passed a resolution here that we will not conduct adjournment debate in this parliament if the executive is not present. Why? Because we have issues to address to them. After doing that, what is our expectation is the executive to come and answer to the issues that we have raised. So if some of those issues have been captured here, are we not honored by the executive? Shouldn't we tell thank you to the executive? Of course we should. So because they are showing us that we are working in partnership, we are working in collaboration. One camp cannot make this country to succeed. We have to come together, all of us, so that the Gambia survive and the Gambia be built. That's the essence of the exercise. Honorable Speaker, we are given a document that needs that the nation is of. To address those needs, the government need to spend. First of all, the question that we should ask ourselves, where is the money? And they have answered to that question. The money is already available. It is not going to be a loan. It is a money that is available. A money that's in the hands of the executive. A money that the executive will not suffer to have. They have the money. They inform us that they have the money. What they are seeking from us is to approve. And approval means what? To give them the permission, please go ahead. They cannot touch any dollar in this country and spend it in anything if they don't consult this parliament. They have the money. They know that they can spend it. But the Constitution is telling them, you cannot spend this money if you don't seek the approval of the parliament. If they're doing so, they are recognizing our position, which is a must. So therefore, what do we have to do is to cooperate so that what we are all looking for could be materialized for the benefit of the nation. Which is your benefit? Which is my benefit? Honorable Speaker, the vehicles for the judiciary, we do forget one thing. Maybe those of you who didn't experience it, myself and the member for Hon Jarol, and if the minority leader was here, we can tell you something. For 5 good years, members were here in this parliament, rendering services to the Gambian people without mobility. I was fortunate to have my mobility. The people who voted for me are the same people who who bought a vehicle for me. So I did not suffer. But some of my colleagues suffered for complete 5 years. Put yourself at the place of those people and to call yourself a National Assembly member. With the social networking surrounding them, with the demand from the society surrounding them, wherever anything occurs, you are needed. Your presence is needed. You are not mobile. You don't have vehicle. And you are rendering services because you are people's representative. So imagine how those people suffered. So now you are telling, if we can say that we, the people, we are giving services to render, their mobility is not necessary. Are you not contradicting ourselves? It is good to analyze before you take a position. Honorable Speaker, the revising code has been a public demand because you know it's going to be a regulator. If confusion occurs, we want to use the revising code to regulate. It's our demand. If our demand is going to be offered, who should stand? It's us. It's our demand. So therefore, if the executive answer to the demand of the people through us, it will be a pride for us. Honorable Speaker, for the IEC, I will leave that issue with some of my colleagues, especially those who are in the Committee of Local Government, Lands, etc., and IEC. Because it will be important to hear from them. This 80 million was cut for a reason, but it has come back also for a reason. But whatever reason, I know that this house is behind it. So therefore, those in that the committee can help us to understand better why this 80 million should be here. But I know if it comes before us, it's because of it's our demand. Honorable Speaker, we all know that many institutions are suffering simply because they cannot retain their staff because of lack of motivation. Previous parliament, I was a member of PACPEC. Institutions that appeared before us, 80% of their problem is human capital, lack of capacity. Do you know why? Those good personnel that they recruit at the beginning, along the way, they lose them, they cannot retain them. Do you know why? Because of lack of motivation. And this is what is killing the teaching field. I was a teacher. Many of you were teachers. But the teaching field is suffering. Why? Because lack of motivation. 14 years in the teaching field, I have never traveled to Senegal. I've never traveled to Senegal. I don't attend workshops more than once in a year. So I totally depend on my salary. If you want to retain me in that field, you don't motivate me. Are you not telling stories? You are telling stories. So if the Minister of Interior comes with this initiative to to motivate the security personnel for their excellent job. I think that is the answer, an answer to of some of our concerns that we have raised here. So that these people, having this motivation to this level, what is expected from them is to do more. So a day will come, Gambia will be a drug-free nation. It can be possible. Honorable Speaker, for the contribution to international organizations, I think that have been dealt with. The only thing that I have to say, I agree with those people. And if you come to centralized services, contingency, here, Honorable Minister, I will put bridges on the disaster. You see, somebody did mention it. I think it's the member for Banjul North. I really thank him for that. Our last parliament, when we are here, the speaker who was here, Abdullah Boja, he said, don't see yourself only as a member of the constituency you come from, but see yourself as National Assembly member of the Gambia. The member for Banjul North is not the member for Basse. But when he went on tour, he observed something in Basse and he raised it in the parliament. That is what is expected from National Assembly members. Not only your jurisdiction, but the nation, see the nation. And the remark that he has highlighted here is a problem. And the problem is related to disaster. This problem has been reported here in this parliament on so many occasions by myself. Sabi Health Center. The health center has built by the people of Sabi to the tune of more than 30 million Gambian money dollars. There's no single butut from the government that was spent in that hospital, in the construction of that hospital. But every year, they have to erect the fence. Why? Because of the amount of water that is coming, which can be easily managed if there's a drainage system, if there's a bridge. And the way we shall have the bridge has been identified by the community, and the recommendation we have made. So therefore, bridges and roads under contingency fund, I will see 209 million, too small. This is very small. If we want to even factor the demand as of now of the National Disaster Management Agency. Somebody is feeding me just now that as of now, they are in need of $500 million. And look at the combination. Contingency, security, operation for the rest of the year by police, immigration, drug law enforcement agency, and the Gambia Armed Forces. In addition, we are also factoring contingency funds for disaster management, 209 million, while the disaster alone is demanding as of now 500 million. So, Honourable Minister, to my understanding, this is at a low side. And it's going to be very difficult to make any saving here. And this is the package. So I don't know what to do. But there's a need for adjustment. Honorable Speaker, if you come to ambulances, yes, the beauty of Parliament is to have divergent views. Somebody like me who came from Basse have seen the importance of ambulances. When I saw on several occasions a woman dying because we cannot have an ambulance to ferry her to Bansam. I once reported that matter here, past Parliament. By then, electricity supply in Basse was just 3 hours. At the maternity ward, there's no electricity. At the theater, there's no electricity. The only thing you can do for a pregnant woman to be sojourn, you, the husband or the parent to the woman, has to buy 20 liters of gas oil to put the generator on so that the operation can be conducted. If you don't have that, what do you do? Is to ferry the woman to Bansam. And that was the time they were asking the ambulance, you have to fuel the ambulance also. And there came a time where the ambulance was not even working. That time, I think all of us were aware. Every 2-3 days, you heard that a woman died in labor. Not only a mere ambulance, but a life support ambulance. What is more beautiful than this at this crucial moment? For people of Basse, we want it. And we recommend it. The only thing that I will call the attention of the minister to, factor Sabi among major hospitals, major health centers. Sabi Health Center, if you look at the catchment area that are visiting Sabi Health Center, if you look at the number of beds in Sabi Health Center, it came a time Sabi Health Center was even a referral center from Basse to Sabi when Dr. Balde was there. The capacity is there. It's only what we are lacking today is the human capital, the human resources, the services. If Sabi Health Center has the services today, it can be a minor health center. It can be a minor hospital because the capacity is there. So Sabi having an ambulance, it will help the community and the surrounding villages, more than 14 villages that visit Sabi Health Center. So I saw the list. I didn't see Sabi. If you can reconsider, so that Sabi will be given that attention, at least to compensate them, because they built this hospital with their own money. So they should get the benefit, the attention of the government, at least to benefit them with some of the services. And as of now, that health center should have a doctor. They are having a doctor. People we are coming from all the way from Wuli. Wuli Nams, if you go, you ask your people. They were coming from a Kantora. Kantora Nam, if you go, ask your people. They were coming from Tumana. Tumana Nam, if you go, ask your people. Even Jimara. To come and visit Sabi Health Center when Dr. Balde was there. That means if the service is there, it can minimize the load on Basse Health Center. It can even minimize the referral from Basse Health Center to Bansam. What we need is just capacity. So, but at this beginning, thank you for these life support ambulances. But all those that I have submitted just now, have them into consideration. Honorable Speaker, Minister of Information Communication, the document before us, 98 million, that GRTS needs. That's what GRTS wants, for GRTS to be the GRTS that we have described. We describe a GRTS here. The GRTS that we describe is the GRTS that we want. The GRTS that we want, for we to have that GRTS, they are telling us they are in need of 98 million. We need GRTS, we want it, it's our institution. But what makes it an institution is the services. For them to render that services to the Gambian people, they are in need of 98 million. The document is in my hand. Yes, 30 million for coverage. At the first beginning, it's good. It's good. But I don't know whether the Select Committee on Education and ICT, can put this into consideration so that the remaining balance will be followed up during the budget session. Because if you don't capacitize an institution, don't expect that institution to serve you as desired. They are not magic. They are people, human beings like you. We have to strengthen the institutions if we want to get benefit out of those institutions. As of now, Basse being the second capital of the Gambia, GRTS Basse is serving URR and CRR. At the moment I'm talking to you, they are not mobile. And the entire management of GRTS is aware. Do you know what happened now? If you need coverage, you write to GRTS, they will tell you, can you provide mobility? If you cannot provide mobility, they cannot hire a taxi to go and meet you. Who is losing? It's not the individual, but it's the country that's losing, that is losing. Because the purpose of any government is to serve its people. So if you cannot render services to the people, it seems you are failing. And they want to hear all except failure. There's no option for failure. So therefore, Honorable Minister, the remaining balance need to be considered. Because as I said, we cannot do any savings because all the items here, they are equally important. So we are going to do savings. There's nowhere. There's nowhere we are going to do savings. So therefore, the remaining balance need to be put into consideration so that GRTS become the GRTS of our wants. Honorable Speaker, higher education. It is unfortunate, as I said, we cannot have savings. Otherwise, we need to maintain the 100 million. We have listened to the member for Woodley West. Hadn't been his intervention, by now we are in another situation. Hadn't been his intervention. 50 million cannot solve the problem. Because the problem is, I think the initial amount was 180 something million. If anybody has the figure. 154 million. Out of that, we heard that 20 million was given to them. But as of now, if you give them 50 million, that means we give them 70 million out of 154. So that means half of the problem is left unaddressed. It may have its repercussion on the Gambian society. The problem that we are facing in this country, if you ask me, I will tell you the problem that we are facing is lack of proper education. You cannot have proper education if you don't have proper institution. You don't have proper institution if you don't have finance. All of us have been to university. It is very unfortunate here in the Gambia, only here in the Gambia, I stand to be corrected. We are bachelor's degree honors are lecturing at the university. In other countries, if you have master's degree, you are there to assist the student on their research, but you are not a lecturer. Even if you have your PhD, first degree, your first year, you are not a lecturer yet. University is not a small institution. The proverb said, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. And I think that's what we are facing. The moment we joke with our university, we are producing half-educated people in the society. Those are the most dangerous people, because they think that they know while they don't know. But they don't know that they don't know. They become very bad element in the society, very dangerous element in the society. Look at the way people are analyzing politics today. Look at the way people are describing politicians today. And these are the people who are speaking English languages at a level. But you can feel that maturity is lacking. Why maturity is lacking? Because where maturity should begin, it is not accessible or it is not conducive as the way it should be. If you want to be serious in this country, let us be serious with education. If higher education fails, the country will sink. Take it from me. If higher education succeeds, the country will rise. We will not need anybody's support. We can go by our own if we have the human capitals, the intellectual capitals. Senegal, the secret of their development is because they have intellectual capital. If you lack of intellectual capital, you are no way. I'm quoting Senegal because I was schooled in Senegal. I know the system. So therefore it is important that we pay attention to the university. If I look at the budget allocated to university, I do ask myself, is it a university that I know, or is just a portion, a department of university? Even a research unit alone can demand more than twice of the budget that is allocated to the entire university operation. So therefore, Honorable Minister, we have to redouble our efforts, all of us. I don't know whether the Select Committee on Education is following. This also need to put into consideration so that if the budget comes, the areas will put into consideration. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Defense, military equipment, I cannot say anything on this more than the member for Serekunda. It is well articulated, informative. It has been a learning session for me because I was serving a department. I know what this mission brought to the Gambian people through this institution, the army. So therefore, that's to give my support. Just to tell you, I do agree totally with the member for Serekunda on this issue. Lands and regional governments, deputy governors. In fact, I don't know whether you have solved the problem, but the information that you got, I think, is one governor and all deputy governors that are not mobile. But if he said deputy governors alone, that means you solve the problem with that governor. These deputy governors, they are equally important as you, as me. In fact, we are informed that they are also responsible for the land administration. Do you know what land administration is all about? How can we carry such a responsibility without mobility? You know, whatever you cannot refuse it for yourself, don't refuse that for any other person. If you can give your vehicle to the deputy governors, because 4 months, we are just 4 months away from the budget session, do it. How many people can volunteer to do that? Because you are going to handicap yourself. You are going to handicap your services. Are you going to be relevant anymore? No. Somebody else there is having the assignment. For that person to execute that assignment, his mobility, I think these are not things that can make us to make noise. But those who thank the minister for thinking of it as of now. Honourable Speaker, for Minister of Works, the bridges, the member for Banjul North, call your attention. You see, Kabakama, every year, that village sink into flood. Every year. And the problem is very small. It's a small problem. Just drainage. The bridge is not well connected to the drainage system. If the water comes, it flows into the community. That problem can be solved. But every year we have to wait until the disaster occurs. That's the time we get up. 3 bags of rice, 10 bags of sugar. Can that solve the problem? While we have permanent solution. And the permanent solution should come from here, these chambers. If the envelope was bigger than this, we'll tell the Honorable Minister, if you consider this just now, make sure tomorrow it is fixed. We are in rain season. And the deploy Sambatako.
Sorry, Honorable Member, sorry. Can somebody move the motion for us to sit beyond 6 o'clock? Honorable Opasal.
Yeah, thank you. Rising on a motion to move a motion that we sit beyond 6 o'clock.
Honorable Woolley East.
I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Move and seconded that we sit beyond 6 o'clock to finish business. Thank you. Go ahead, Honorable. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. Honorable, please continue.
The ayes have it. Thank you very much. So that's the Sambatako problem last year. When they were designing that road, the National Disaster Management representative in Basir was there. He was giving his contributions as far as disaster prevention is concerned. But they didn't listen to it. They didn't listen to him. At the end, they were even threatening him that if you go further, we'll show you who we are. He has kept quiet. And what he was telling them, exactly, that's what happened. The first rain last year, Sambatako was sinked in flood. So I think these are not problems. These are just lack of communication, lack of cooperation, and negligence. whether this problem can be solved. So on the road and bridges, the amount that I'm seeing, if we want to go, we want to be serious with the work, the amount is at low side. 112 million, 176 million, these are at low side. Land compensation to 200 million. How many landowners? We don't have the figure before us. So to say that this will be sufficient is to take a risk. Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank you for giving me the floor and thank the executive for the cooperation and thank my honorable colleagues for playing their role as enshrined in the Constitution. We are here to save a population. Together we can do it. But if we divide ourselves, we cannot answer to our responsibility. At the end of the day, that's going to be a failure on each and every one. Coalition 2016 is a solution, and it has come for a solution for this country. So therefore, all of us, let's all come together, we make it a solution for the Gambian people. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and beg to resume my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Member for Sandu. Sandu, no. Sami.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the Honorable Minister for respecting the 1997 Constitution. Since it is in the Constitution, he has right to bring SAP in the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, we are in a very critical situation, as other speakers have mentioned. We are between three critical situations. COVID-19 is increasing. There is poor rainfall, very poor, and disaster also is at the door. We all have seen what's happened at the last storm. What happened, we have seen it. Farmers are worried that there is going to be poor harvest. They are worried because there is no rain. If you are sitting here, you don't go out, you don't know what is happening outside. You don't know. People are suffering. People are thinking now what to eat. Honorable Speaker, this is why we have to plan for future. If we don't plan for future, for our people, they will suffer. Everybody here, you are entitled to your opinion. And we all wish good things for everybody, Honorable Speaker. But the first thing on the SAP is judiciary. Vehicles. Honorable Speaker, is the Honorable Minister want to tell people that this said ministry, they never have any vehicle. Since 2016 up to date, there is no vehicle with them. How many vehicles is roadworthy in that ministry right now? You know, Honorable Speaker, I know everything you have to prioritize. With this circumstance that we are in, let them wait for the budget 2022. Left to me alone for this one. As I'm going, I will tell you where I want this 15 million will go. I don't want it to be given to judiciary because of people, when people are suffering. All of you here, some of us are here. We don't have mobility. There is problem with our people. For how many years? Or months? We have to prioritize. Honorable Speaker, other speakers have mentioned independent electoral commission. They say they want 80 million. But, yes, we know that we are in the election year, we know. But the only issue here is during 2021 budget, we budgeted everything. But we went up to the last, the Honorable Minister said the diasporans are not part of it. So we expect when this SAP is coming, it has to be featured. Honorable Speaker, sometimes, to whom I stand what we are saying here, this is why this local language should come. What we are saying here, some of our people, they don't know what we are saying. They don't know. But hadn't mean that we go back to our people and translate this to them. This is what we want. They will scratch all these things. Because of what is coming, the difficulty that they are seeing. But if somebody talk here, you say, oh, this man is the one who sees everything. No. It's not like that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Interior, we know security is very, very important. If you see all of us are sleeping, we have security. They protect us, they protect our properties. We have concern for them. But they say they want to motivate staffs, as earlier put by a member for Serakunda. You go to some police station. I don't know whether sometimes they visited this police station, especially Karantaba, Same. Any of you are passing, just visit that police station. Just visit that police station. It's the worst of all. It's the worst of all. No mobility. Their accommodation is very poor. I'm just from there Monday. I'm just from there Monday. Anytime we are to convene here, before it is happening, I have to go and see what is happening. I don't just come here and speak like that. We allocate resources to see changes. You are the one who put those people there. Motivate them. Their conditions need to be improved. They are ready to be there. But please visit them. Very poor police station. Accommodation very poor. Honorable Speaker, you know, as I earlier stated, I'm just making my savings, 15 million from judiciary for vehicles. That's my recommendation, and I will tell you where I want it to go. And Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, I want a reduction from there also. That is contribution to international organizations. Yes. If you cannot pay all, you can pay some, and you tell them, yes, maybe the budget, you can pay. You know, if people if they are unable to pay all, what half a loaf is better than none, Honorable Speaker. You see, I want to take 10 million from that. And the other budget line also, other equipment, that said Ministry of Finance, I want to take 20 million, and I will tell you where it is going. Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Works, They are trying very well. They are trying very well. And in fact, what I saw there, if we can have something from centralized service. During our visit to one of the area in URR, Sakulkunda, from Fodekunda to Sakulkunda, Honorable Speaker, we went there on a school visit to see Sakulkunda. That day I nearly cried. We cannot cross. I don't know why the time they are building that Lamenkoto Pasmas road, why they don't factor that area. It's very serious. Ask, the members are here. We went there, we cannot cross with our people. And people are living there. Teachers are there. They are ready to be in that place. The headmaster cannot cross. He has to use somebody, a small child, to work and give us the document. And people are there. More so, if somebody is sick, wanted to come to Fodekunda, or wanted to go to Basse, he or she will die. Honorable Speaker, it will be very interesting. And I don't know why I don't see Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education in this. You know, Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, we leave it entirely on donors, particularly construction of schools and staff quarters, we leave it with donors. MRC Holland and other donors. When those donors don't come, what will happen? This is why some of our teachers are suffering. Billahi to whom I stand, Madam Speaker, if you see where those teachers sleep, you will not believe. Where they sleep. We are sitting here under this air condition. Those people are there. And they are the foundation. They are the foundation. Before you think of higher, the foundation must be good, Madam Speaker. If the foundation is not good, everything will collapse. Everything will collapse. Those people are ready to be there, and we forget them. I want, please, honorable members, please, everybody support me. I want the deduction that I made is about 60 million. I want it to be given to basic and secondary education, to build staff quarters for these teachers. Yes, they are suffering. We must see what we can give them. We must see what we can give them. Some of them, they told us that when schools close, when they are about to open, they don't know where to go. They don't know where to go, Madam Speaker. I was under that condition, Madam Speaker. I was under that condition, I know. And I went there, I saw the same condition. You know, it's crazy. You know, it's crazy, Madam Speaker. The rural people are suffering. The rural people are suffering. Much more teachers. If we are here, you know, we want everybody to enjoy it. I don't have any, you know, hard feeling for any ministry anywhere. But we have to have concern for people definitely who are ready to serve the nation. Who are ready to serve the nation. We must consider them. When we lose education, we lose everything. Because they are the ones who supply all the other ministries. So, honorable members, please, let's give something to basic and secondary education. Let's give them something. Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Health, ambulance. Yes, we want ambulance. We want it, we know. But as member for Jara This is Jarawes. You know, as economic scale of preference or opportunity cost. Let them prioritize about 70. The reason why I say rural people are suffering, rural areas, there is no mobility that you can do. Somebody sick, when there is no ambulance, what will you do? But at the urban areas, there are things that you can do. There are second options that you can do. But the rural people, what option is there? You know, in management, you have to prioritize. You cannot do everything. Especially this hard time. Madam Speaker, I'm not against the ambulance. I said, let us prioritize. Because why? There was a time, Madam Speaker, during this disaster, the ambulance at Karantaba, they take it to Bansa. They take it to Bansa. And there was a disaster that happened. They wanted to use the ambulance. The ambulance is in Bansa. Why that? The ambulance in Karantaba, when they have done the work that they should have done, let the ambulance go back so that when there is emergency, they can easily pick. But at night, when there is an emergency at Karantaba, we are always crying of crossing. And when there is no ambulance there, what will happen? So our ambulance at Karantaba, let them station it there. Honorable Minister and Honorable Speaker, let them station it there, please. Because we are at a very serious situation. We think of crossing, how to cross. Much more when there is no ambulance in Karantaba. Because how many villages in Sami? Maybe the ambulance from Sami Madina, they will refer it to Karantaba. Well, that time, if that ambulance is not there, what will happen? We will die. Ministry of Information, we don't have problem with this. The only thing is, as other speakers said, our last adjournment debate, GRTS was not here. Our last adjournment debate, and a state media for that matter. QTV is always here, is always covering. And you think that people don't monitor. People monitor. Sometimes people monitor. Sometimes I used to sit down and look at GRTS and see whether some of our programs, but if they start, they start back. This is why I say this local language should come. Madam Speaker, it should come. Local language should come. We should speak Mandinka or Fula or Jola or any other thing, we speak it here, so that our people will know what we are speaking. Our people will know what we are speaking. What we are speaking is very, very, very important for them to know, because we are representing them here. When we went to Dakar, I could remember they were not speaking French. They were not speaking French. They were speaking Wolof. But you are speaking here, you think even sometimes there is a program, you say, yeah, good afternoon, good morning. When those people have not gone to school, you think you are just trying to show yourself, yes, you can speak good English. The importance of speaking is if people understand what you are saying. But people don't understand what you are saying. You think you are there while you are down. Honorable Speaker, I have no problem. We can give them 30 million, but they have to be fair. They have to be fair. They have to treat its people's money. They have to treat everybody equally. equally. But you hardly see maybe a program for independent or GDC or any other on GRTS. No. We are watching. Higher education, yes. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Higher education, we should give them that. I don't have any problem with that. And defense. But Honorable Speaker, let me just come to lands, vehicle for purchase deputy governors. Why? When there are problems, let them bring it 2022 budget. 2022 budget, let it come for that. I'm not in for these vehicles. I'm not in for them. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Sandu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I don't have much to say now. Since in the morning, I respect every member's view. I think we are just repeating ourselves. So what I only want to ask the Minister for Health, these emergency ambulances, how are they going to utilize them? And I have seen the 2 ambulances allocated for Sandu. Very much grateful about that. And appealing to the Minister, we need more than 2. If we look at the geographical location and the locations of the health post in Sandu, definitely at least for the start 3. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. The only thing I want to appeal to the members to limit our intervention, since in the morning we're repeating ourselves. I'm sorry to say that. The most, difficult part is the consideration stage, thing where we can have our inputs, and it's getting very late. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Bakau is not there. Nyanija, no, Sabah Sanjal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I'll be very brief. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My first question is about the first submitted appropriation. The figure was 1.7 billion, and I see now 1.5 billion. What is the reason for that? As you can hear from many speakers, they are demanding more, and hence we have more problem, and there was some allocation initially. If I see that reduction, I am really concerned. Apart from that, Honorable Speaker, what I will talk about is going to be very little, is going to the 2 ministries of education. I raised it during the caucus, that why higher education is not here, and basic education, MOPSI. And I have a concern, and this really touches me. And that's why I'm still maintaining my position. I don't see them here as well. I don't know why they are not prioritized in this, but they are one of the most vulnerable, the most needed institutions in terms of this urgency. Some of the colleagues have already dilated on that. If you go to the provinces, you see those schools, you really sympathize them. Specifically, I will touch on Armitage. Madam Speaker, we visited the dormitories. And we see the student dormitories, we see the beds, we see those are not problem for me. But the lecturers, especially the senior lecturers, I can specifically mention the deputy principal 1, his resident. I will not sleep there. I don't know how he managed to sleep there. I also endeavor to go and see some of the teachers where they sleep. Madam Speaker, if you go there, if I got the money that day, I was going to are going to renovate that. And I think it's just renovation. Honorable Minister, if we can you stretch your muscle to look for other sources to include these people there. Even if you're going to do anything for MOPSI, you address the issue of Hermitage. It's really a problem. That is what I wanted to raise. And the other point I have, yes, this one take my notes. Okay, the other issue I have was about the usage of these facilities. Let me just. Okay, exactly. So the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, you know, the Senegambia Bridge, that toll, I think some funds are appropriated for that. The payment of the loan. Now, my question to that effect is, why the toll is not still being used? What is the problem? The toll is lying there. Its investment has already been done, but it's still there, and we don't know why it is not being used. That is the question, a concern. Just to save the time of the Parliament, we are going to the committee stage, and a lot of people haven't took the floor. I think it's important we also take that into consideration. I may not say anything. I may not say anything that is not stated here, I think. So that is my concern. Hermitage is my concern, Honorable Speaker. If the Honorable Minister can do something about that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much. I beg to much.
Yes, Njie Njie. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Intervention will be very, very, very short. We all know why we are here, and then, as my previous colleagues have stated, definitely the importance of this exercise cannot be overemphasized. I just want to talk on two issues. That is the issue of the disaster. We are living witness, as other colleagues have said. I don't know, Honorable Minister, where are we going to get the funds? But to me, in my own opinion, I think the amount allocated here is a bit small. Probably, if we make any savings within the basket that you have provided here, I think we should consider adding this amount because disaster definitely is inevitable. And we also have to factor the issue of the COVID-19. There is a surge in cases that wave, we are in it, and definitely there are a lot of cases that have been reported daily, and then we should be cognizant of that too, and put it at the back of our mind. COVID is here to stay, despite all the tremendous effort being employed by the government through the Ministry of Health. Definitely cases are still rising, and people have been vaccinated, but we need to cater something for them, at least for any unforeseen circumstances in the future. And the other thing that I want to talk about is the issue of the community ambulances. Yeah, we just have to note that all the health facilities, be it major and minor, they all have ambulances. That is for referral out. If a patient is brought there and then he needs further medical attention, be it at the hospital level or at the major health center level, there are ambulances there that do take care of this. But this one's the initiative that the ministry is coming up with here through this SAB is for communities. Like, personally, if I go to my constituency, in the area where I come from, Buduk, the nearest health center will be Chairman. And mostly if I go with my vehicle and the like, people will keep on using it. If the patient is sick there, especially pregnant women who want to deliver at the hospital, they'll always be demanding, can I have your vehicle? I have a patient here, so and so. So if this initiative is being employed by the ministry, I think it's a good one, and then I think we should all support it, because I'm a living witness. Sometimes back when I was in the Cambodia, my dad was sick. I have to hire a gele that I have to pay nearly $5,000 to transport him from our villages there to the nearest major health center, or hospital rather, Farafenni, which definitely I incurred a lot of costs. So definitely the idea behind this definitely is very, very important. And on that note, I want to thank you and thank both the ministries for coming up with this. Thank you very much. The rest I leave to my colleagues.
Thank you. Bakau.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Having gone through the allocations of the supplementary budget, I have made a few observations of which I would like to share with my colleagues. I'm sure enough has been said, but I am going to be very brief. I start with judiciary. When it comes to the allocation of $15 million for the purchase of vehicles and establishment of the revising court, induction and training of magistrate, I am saying no to the allocation for the simple reason that the revising court, the duration is it indicated of 60 days, of which I believe buying vehicles for the purpose of 60 days is not, to my understanding, is not a good advice for the side of the government. We have seen on certain occasions when the president is to go for certain tours, vehicles have been impounded at the Denton Bridge for that purpose. So I believe similar exercise can be done for these 2 months revising court duration. And when it comes to training of magistrate, as I am speaking to you now, I am made to understand that this training has been done already. So if this training has been done, why requesting for this set amount? My question to the Honorable Minister for more clarification. Under the Ministry of Interior, $45 million is allocated for the ministry. $3 million will be spent on DLEA, on honorarium, of which I believe is not ideal. I will describe that as segregation. That can be done in a form of giving out certificates in order to save the government to spend this huge amount of money. On health, $134 million is allocated for health ministry to purchase life support ambulances to be distributed across the major health centers in the country. I am not against purchasing these ambulances, but you go to our hospitals, you go to our health centers, there is no single paracetamol to be given to patient. So in my own understanding, before going in for this life ambulance support, I believe I will prioritize to go in for drugs that are necessary to be purchased for the health centers and our major hospitals. Again, I want to put a question before the Honorable Minister for Finance. What is wrong with our $96 million is allocated, paid to Riders for Health yearly to take care of these ambulance services throughout our health centers and our medical centers across the country? Lastly, on local government, the allocations that are being made for the purchase of vehicles for our deputy governors, to my understanding as well, it's not timely. And again, I'll put a question to the Honorable Minister. What is wrong with the subvention that is supposed to be given to the area councils? That I believe when that allocation is being given to the area councils, then these vehicles could be purchased simply rather than coming up with this supplementary for extra expenditure. of which I believe is not fair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Tumana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. It is a long day since in the morning, but really, we are here to do the work for the supreme interest of the people that we represent. Honorable Speaker, I have so many things to ask, but a chunk of what I have has already been asked. But notwithstanding, I still have some that I wanted to ask, or just a clarity that I need on them. Honorable Speaker, to start with, I first wanted to ask the Honorable Minister for Finance to give me the priorities of the government first. It's something that I want to know. I want to know the priorities of the government. And he was talking about the 1.5 billion that has already been paid by BP to the government of the Gambia for the termination of the contract. I wanted to know what led to the termination of the contract, if he can dwell on that. And again, Honorable Speaker, I also wanted to be guided. I want to know whether, if there is a provision in the law that asked us to pay honorarium to people simply for doing their job. Because I saw this somewhere where we asked to pay honorarium to security fraternity for simply doing their work. If we do that for the security, or we do that for the drug squad, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, what about the police who are every day on the streets arresting people or doing their job? What about the health personnel that are always with the patient, both day and night, sleeping on the floors? Honorable Speaker, what about teachers? When you talk about teachers, we are always emotional for the service that they are rendering to this country. I am who I am today as a result of a teaching. We are all who we are today as a result of teachers. So if teachers can also come and ask for the honorarium that we are trying to pay to the security, National Drug Law Enforcement, for simply doing their work, I think this is something that we have to look at. Or if there is any law or a provision in the law that really catered for these people. So I believe this is something that there is no urgency attached to it. So we can really leave it. Honorable Speaker, I also wanted to the Finance Minister to further elaborate on other equity participation. Yes, I wanted him to look into this. And again, that is for the payment of areas owed to the ISDB on equity participation. So this is something that I want him to further explain. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that I also want to know is, can we also be supplied or be informed with the list of international organizations that we should be paying for areas? If we have that list, that will also help us to better take decisions on what to do. And again, the urgencies are tied to some of to the payment of these areas to some of these international organizations. I don't know whether if we can have time to leave some of these things until for the main budget. Honorable Speaker, centralized service. Some of my colleagues talked about this. Centralized service where you have contingency, OC, where you have contingency security operations for the rest of the year by police, immigration, DLEAG, and GAF. In addition, we are also factoring contingency fund for disaster management. And you have a total of 209,374,962.10. I think this is something that really, Honorable Speaker, I want the Minister to break this centralized service to a layman's understanding, for us to know what really is embedded in this centralized service. And again, you are talking about the entire security fraternity with that of disaster management. So I wanted to know the amount that has been allocated for disaster. Because what I saw on the tour that I did, what I saw in North Bank region is really shocking. It was really shocking. So if we can really support disaster, because this is something that is inevitable. We are now in the middle of the rainy season. Starting of the rains is always disastrous, and ending of the rains is also always disastrous. So that's another thing. Honorable Speaker, subvention to non-financial public, that's GCCA. Honorable Speaker, I again want to ask the Honorable Minister, what is GCCA also doing? GCAA also doing to manage themselves, since they are not the only parastatal that need bailout, and we are still in the middle of the pandemic and we have other issues to address. So what are they also doing to manage themselves? Honorable Speaker, I also wanted the Honorable Minister to inform the August Assembly the amount of money that we are paying riders for health for the services that they are rendering to the government on a yearly basis. Minister of Health, which is really quite interesting. I wanted to ask, what are the key priorities of the Minister of Health, especially in the middle of the pandemic? Honorable Speaker, right now, the third wave has already started, and the numbers of COVID-19 cases are on increase on a daily basis. The people that are far from the urban gardens or urban areas, the risk of them getting the treatment is very low. And again, just yesterday or day before yesterday, when I saw an article on the news that the oxygen, there is a scarcity, or there will be a scarcity of oxygen in this country, and the numbers are just skyrocketing. So I really wanted to know the priority of the government especially the Minister of Health, and what really we're doing or trying to combat coronavirus. Today, the ambulance that we wanted to buy, they are very important. And I myself, I'm really in support buying of ambulances, because I've been here crying for the purchase of ambulances. But the amount, I think, to me is huge. The amount is huge for the time being, because I have my reasons. Honorable Speaker, if these ambulances and the other ambulances, the old ones, should go and collect peasants all over the country and dump them in, for instance, RVTH, when we don't have enough medical personnel to take care of these people. Not only RVTH, but you go to other health facilities where they have a problem with their theater rooms. According to one health personnel, when he was interviewed, he said, some of the theater rooms, when you see them, it's just like a butcher's room. Honorable Speaker, so what actually do we want to do on these theater rooms and the materials, I mean the equipment that we need in some of these theater rooms? Scanning in most of the health facilities, especially government health facilities, public health facilities, are not done in the government health facilities. They will ask you to go to the private health facilities to do scanning. And sometimes, when you are in Basse, there are certain things that you need to do in Basse, even without you traveling up to the Combos. So you look at the time, the resource, and the energy that you want to use in traveling from Basse to here to do certain scannings. Why not, Honorable Speaker, we look at the entire health ministry holistically to come up with the short-term plans, we come up with our medium-term plans, and also come up with our long-term plans, because we cannot be solving the problem in the health ministry on a piecemeal basis. And in fact, when people ask me to pinpoint at a particular ministry the success stories of that particular ministry, I don't even know. At least we're given the opportunity to solve one problem at a time. So this is something that we really have to look at. I think the minister really have to look into the priorities and make a roadmap to look into the entire ministry holistically, and we solve the problem once and for all. We were here last 2-3 months when nurses were trying to do demonstrations and stuff like that. You go to the public hospitals, patient lying on the floors. Really, this is uncalled for and is unacceptable in this 21st century, when countries are moving and we are not really moving. So this is something that we really have to look at, Honorable Speaker. Again, on the ambulances, I wanted to know what engagement have the government or the ministry done in identifying sites? I mean, the criteria. This is a very good question that I want an answer. I know you're not concentrating, but I want to know the criteria used, Honorable Speaker, in identifying some of these sites or the communities where you want to station these ambulances, and their mode of operandi. Because I know in some communities, when you give them an ambulance, you said this is for the entire constituency. They take the entire ownership, and you want to do certain things, they said no. So it means where the ambulance is going is meant, they are seen as is meant for that particular community. So this is something that we also have to look at. And again, when I see this, or when I saw this, I said to myself, what about you trying to save the money of 2 ambulances for my constituents? Instead of giving me 3 ambulances, Tumana being the only constituency in the entire country without a health facility, you try to at least build a health facility, because it's like the ambulance will be transporting people from Tumana constituency either to Kantora constituency or to Basse, or even beyond. I mean, up to Bansang or up to Fatoto, or up to the Combos. So at least if we can have a structure in Tumana where minor cases can be addressed within the constituents instead of taking them outside, at least that will do us at least a little favor than buying 3 ambulances, station them within the constituents, picking people from different locations or localities, moving them to congest that particular health facility where there will be totally confusion. Honorable Speaker, the next point is the subvention to non-financial institutions, government scholarship. Yeah, when I saw this, I think this is something that I really built an interest, because it's like few weeks ago, the entire country could have been in chaos as a result of the demonstration from the students or even from the staff of the University of the Gambia. And this is something that we have been crying here. I could vividly remember there was a time when I stood here and said that, I heard my exams under a mango tree at the University of the Gambia. You think about the furnitures and fittings at the University of the Gambia. You think about the internet connection at the University of the Gambia. You think about the size of the classrooms at the University of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, you think about the library. If you really wanted to deliver up to expectations, you're supposed to have a very good library where you can do some of the research. But again, if I'm given an assignment to do, I have to come over here or to go somewhere to be going health sectors to be doing my assignments. So I am proposing, if there is any savings that we make in this parliament, why don't we try to address the issue of university once and for all, before doing it in piecemeals, like giving them $50 million. When you come again, we give another $50 million. I am 100% sure that, if we gave them this $50 million, if we give them this $50 million, this is like we're giving them, out of 100%, we're only giving them 30% to address their issues. So we try to avoid chaos in the country by trying to address the issue of university, which is very sensitive. It's very, very sensitive, because this has nothing to do only with the lives of the students, but the most important component is the staff of the University of the Gambia. So I think we really have to look into this matter and solve it once and for all. There, we will leave a very good legacy, and again, our human capital in this country will also be encouraged to be going to university, obtain their degrees, and come back to the communities or in different walks of life and serve us as citizens and as brothers and sisters. So, Honorable Speaker, I think this is something that we really have to look at and solve it once and for all. Honorary Minister of Defense, military equipment. This is something I really wanted the House to look at. Though we are in a very trying moment, in a moment where the resources are very meager, and sometimes we want to solve certain things in certain ministries, departments, or agencies, but because of the resources are very low, so we want to give A, B, C, and D at least something. But I think, Honorable Speaker, Minister of Defense really needs support, and they need our support. The 1.6 million that they are asking for dollars, this is something that we can at least give it to them. It will really impact on the life and the livelihood of the personnels, because you cannot be in a war zone where you don't have military boots, where you don't have your uniforms, where you're not even mobile. And again, I am made to understand that, the amount paid to these military personnel, part of it is coming back to the national coffers of our country. So this is something that we really have to look at and support them on that base. And we also know, no country is praying for war, but already it's happening in other countries or in other regions, so where we also have to support them. So in supporting them too, the lives of the people that are directly engaged or involved, their life also matters and also changes. So this is something that...
Can I observe? Yes, in detail.
Okay.
Yeah. The purpose of the requesting the sum is not for uniforms, etc. It's really to purchase armored personnel carriers and this specialized equipment. And without purchasing this, they will not be accepted by the United Nations to be qualified to go for peacekeeping. And now what they are requesting is just this sum. But ultimately, what the United Nations is going to pay them is in the billions. And I will mention it when we are at the stage of consideration. So it means that if they have this, the supplier will supply them, and then they will start to receive payment from the United Nations. And from the payment, in fact, they will be financing all the military hardware.
I just want to get to the statement. I think, in all fairness, the honorable member for Tumana is not a member of the Defense Committee. Am I right? Yes. And I think the statement did not also indicate that. So I think the honorable member for Serekunda is privileged to have that information by virtue of his membership of the Defense Committee. Am I right? Yes, that's the reason. So probably it should have been captured in the statement and then honorable members. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm also privileged for the said information, and from the document that we served, I think this is self-explanatory, military equipment. I'm saying that, the uniform that we have in this war zone, sometimes the amount of uniform we have, the amount of boots we have, even the amount of rifles that we have, Gambia government also get something out of that. So that's what I was just trying to lay an emphasis. But to be frank enough, I know these are military equipment. Honorable Speaker, and again, on the Minister of Lands and Regional Government, vehicles. This is what I've been saying, purchase of vehicle for deputy governors. Yes, this is very important. This is something that's very important. But I think there is no urgency, to be frank enough, there is no urgency in buying this vehicle for these people to do what they want to do with it. So I wanted to propose that we take part of the entire fund and put it in the university fund to top it up. So this one can wait for the main budget, Honorable Speaker. So this is something that I have, and I also wanted to thank the Minister for coming up with the Supplementary Appropriation Bill. And the last but not the least is the monitoring of a continuous assessment that aims at providing all stakeholders with early detailed information. Monitoring is very key in whatever we do. I think this Parliament should really monitor every single bit of this money and know where they are spending it and the value for money. I mean, the detailed information on the process or the progress or the delay of the ongoing assessed activities. It also helps us to identify potential gaps in the process, Honorable Speaker, and outline areas for improvement, holding the implementers to accountable for A, B, C, and D. So on that note, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for you the floor. Madam Speaker, I think why we are here is because of certificate of urgency. It means whatever we have to approve here has to be urgent and necessary. Madam Speaker, starting with the paper before me with the judiciary, most of my colleagues have alluded to. Madam Speaker, the vehicles and the training that they requested here. Madam Speaker, we all know that the voter registration have ended on the 11th of this month. And the law is saying within 14 days, the revising vote has to start. And now, how many days has gone? It's more than 14 days, the revising vote has started. And within 60 days, this guy is only for 60 days. And now, when are they going to run away the courts they are talking about? When they are going to train for these 2 months? And we know even the vehicles, we know the GPPA procedures. It's very tedious. Within 2 months, you can't go and buy a car. So, Madam Speaker, I think this is unjustifiable. It cannot be within these 2 months. So, Madam Speaker, for me, for this vehicle and training for magistrates and for the judiciary, Madam Speaker, I don't think it is feasible. So I cannot support that for the meantime. Yes, it is necessary because it's a court, but why? Because for 4 years now, they know that, for 5 years, one can say, they know that there will be reversed in court. Why did they prepare this for years before? So that's my concern. And other thing is, Madam Speaker, if the Chief Justice is wishing, considerate about the magistrate having cars, Madam Speaker, as I speak to you, the Chief Justice car is one of the most expensive car he have among the civil service, even more expensive than you as the third in command. So why can't he go and buy a car that's less expensive and have more 3 or 4 cars to be his magistrates? So we should consider this. We should be considerate. Madam Speaker, the other thing is the IEC had the 80 million for registration of voter registration for software. Madam Speaker, yes, I think at the budget we have proved some money for them to buy this software. But my concern is this 80 million. Is it on the high side? What type of software do they need at the moment? We should know that and know whether it is on the high side or not. But my main concern is the security of these hardwares. Madam Speaker, we know about now, in this generation, if the software are not much secured, we know it can be hacked. So I want to know from the minister, how secure do you think this particular voter registration software they are going to buy? How secure is it? It is. Because this is enough of the IEC. Anything can be done with this because these are the voters' cards. So it is very key. So I would want to know from the minister how secure it is. Madam Speaker, the other thing is I want to talk about the 3 million for National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. Madam Speaker, we all know drug is one of the fastest to have money. And we know how vulnerable you are if you are fighting with drug dealers. It's very, very risky. The first thing they will want you to do is you have to cooperate with them, that they bribe you. If they cannot bribe you, the next thing is to eliminate you. We know that. So we should be very careful. These people are really at risk. Madam Speaker, at the moment we know Gambia is a transit for drugs. So, to me, it is very necessary. Madam Speaker, you know, we are talking about crimes in the Gambia, and the crimes is increasing every day. And drug is a main factor of these crimes, because we know if these people or these men take drugs, we know how they are. They can do anything. So it is very important for this institution to to be well equipped. Madam Speaker, the other issue I want to talk about is about the other security operations of the, the centralized service about the securities. Madam Speaker, if you could remember last year, the Human Rights Committee, including you, we went down some of these police stations. We've seen the conditions of these policemen and the cells there. Some of the officers have their offices on the corridors. Some of them even don't have offices. And some of the officers have to dig on their pocket just to fill the prisoners. You will be in their office and hear the smells from everywhere. So, Madam Speaker, I think security is very important. And now we know the crime rate in the Gambia. And now every day, now you see these sister forces joining together. You see them crisscrossing everywhere. Both day and night, we are sleeping there. They are outside in the bush or everywhere, trying to make sure that we sleep well. So I think it's very necessary for us to help them. Madam Speaker, the other thing is the ambulances. Many people talk about ambulances. Madam Speaker, during our adjournment debate, every adjournment debate, most of us will talk about ambulances for their hospitals. So seeing it here, I think it's an opportunity for us. To me, it's very necessary. But one thing I wanted the minister to know is, which should not happen, is we don't want the ambulances to be posted in these hospitals. At the end, when there is a patient, they say there's no fuel. Okay, it happens. Let him make sure that the fuel is there. Because the issue of buying this ambulance is to save lives. So if the ambulance is there is no fuel, then it means what is the essence of buying the ambulances? So let the minister make sure that every ambulance, anytime there is fuel. And also, my concern here is, Madam Speaker, these ambulances are for life support ambulances. They will be carrying people to the hospitals. Especially when with this COVID. Madam, you have seen the COVID now. Yesterday, if my memory can serve me, it rise to, I think, a day, it was 320 or so, if my memory can serve me. I can be corrected by the minister. So it means it is increasing. We know how many health centers do you have here that can accommodate for 380. Do we have that capacity? Do you have the oxygen for all that COVID-19 patients? Or I was thinking the minister would have captured that here for this oxygen, because it's very, very important, because the pandemic is every day, the number is increasing. So I would want to know from the minister whether this oxygen, are they enough for our patients that have these coronaviruses? Madam Speaker, many people talk about GRTs. Yes, we have a document here about GRT, which they say they need around 98 million. 98 million is what they need to have what they want. Madam Speaker, I know GRTs. I know one camera costs a lot of money. Yes, and would want to help GRTs. But GRTs is a nation broadcasting institution. But all of us can bear witness that. Sometimes you go to GRTs, you want them, they'll ask you for a car. Can you have a car? Sometimes they'll say you don't have enough cameras. And the member for Serekunda has said that here, is that there are some events, GRTs will go and cover them. But the most important institution, that's the National Assembly, which the Gambian people should know what we are doing here and cover live. So it doesn't mean that this, I am not even in support of making all of this for elections only. Why for elections only? This should have been here before elections. We need GRTs. There are many important issues that are interested in the nation, that are dear to the nation, are not covered. The government people are not knowing them. So, if this is approved for GRTs, let's just make sure that it covers very important events of national interest. Madam Speaker, the other issue is the scholarship Many people are talking about scholarship for higher education. Madam Speaker, I talked about, I said I don't support this thing. The first item was the judiciary. For me, the money from the judiciary, let's take all that money I put into higher education to pay this fees for our students. Madam Speaker, we should not pay the university scholarship in piecemeal. The term, okay, I think the year has ended, and they're going to recruit another students, and they have to give them scholarship. Again, if we pay 50 and it's less, and they're going to recruit another student, and they have to give them scholarship, it means it's accumulated. To me, I'm appealing to all the members. Let's try to finish this 100 million. Let's give them. This is our own people who voted in for us. It's very, very important. University is one of the most highest institutions. If these people cannot have what they want, they cannot learn. This will affect their operations, because this is the money they use for operations. So I think I am appealing to my honorable members, please, if you have saving anywhere, let's try to complete the areas of the higher education, please. The last but not the least is the vehicles for the deputy governors. Madam Speaker, Honorable Minister, why we are here is for urgency. Can you tell me the urgency of buying these vehicles for the deputy governor? Can you tell me the urgency? I want to know that. Yes. Madam Speaker, the other thing is the compensation, land compensation. I think, Madam Speaker, this one is very, very important. But I want to know from the minister, is the assessment being done? If the assessment, what method have to use? We would want to know that from you. Madam Speaker, I think, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, yes, okay. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, if you could remember, in 2017 or 2018, we have approved here 0% right duty free. And the then minister told us that we are going to save $70 million every year. And also we have approved the vehicle policy. The then minister also told us that we are going to save $300 million every year. And Madam Speaker, we have seen now 0% for right duty, and the rice is because the essence of us approving is for rice to drop, the price of the rice to drop. But Madam Speaker, instead the price is increasing day by day. And also, now I want from the minister, if the duty is free and now the price is increasing, why can't we bring back the duty so that the government will have the $70 million that can ease us from these SAPs we are talking about? And also, if the vehicle policy cannot be materialized, where can we bring it back? Because the essence of this is a saving so that we can address some of the issues. Now, instead of addressing the issues, we cannot address them, we are losing. So the businessmen are having 0%, that's a profit for them again, and also the price, the other percentage, they are also this thing, profit. So it means they are having double profits. The government is losing. So I want you to explain to us why this is not happening, and why can't we, if it's not happening, why can't we revise this? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Busumbala.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am given unlimited time. I will talk. Honorable Speaker, there is a task that has been given to us. We are on extraordinary session So I need to know my job. I am called, and then I question.
Nobody is restricting you. Just go ahead.
No, I'm talking to members. A communication was sent to all members that the president is convening an extraordinary session with information, and based on the provision of the Constitution, and he wants us to consider some important and urgent matters. So I want to talk to my people, my colleagues. Let us not only look at the urgent issues, but also important matters, because that's the communication sent to us. So sometimes you will see an issue is not urgent, but is referred to as important. That's the communication that the President sent to us. That's why we are convening today. Honorable Speaker, I may not talk much, but I think all those that have spoken well. Our job is to scrutinize. The executive will do their job and come to the National Assembly for us to scrutinize. When we are okay, we approve. And that process is not a one action go process, but it's a process that we need to do since from the starting up to the end. First, what I want to ask the minister, whether there is any possibility for you to have an emergency money somewhere to add it to this amount of money to help the Gambian people. If there could be a loan facility where you can get money, because as it is now, Gambian people are in need for government assistance. Based on in your preamble, the issues that you gave, COVID, disaster. Presently, there are more than 1,000 families sleeping outside. More than 1,000 from the reports. And they are increasing every day. And we are just at the beginning of the rainy season. So that's why I want to ask, if at all there is extra avenue where you can get money, even if it's going to be loan, yes, it is us, the National Assembly, I advise you to be cognizant, to be aware of the debt burden of the country. But we cannot say we are heavy loans on our shoulders and leave our people to die like that. Our people are suffering, so if there is need for us to get more money to help the Gambian people, to help the institution to operational, Honorable, I want to ask that question, and I want to talk to my colleagues to understand that way, that as it is now, we need more emergency. So in that relation, I want to talk first about the contingency fund under centralized service. I'm not happy. That amount, the amount that you allocate is too small. It's too small in relation to the remark column, where with that amount, 209 million, that's what the interior, the institutions under interior, the defense, and the disaster management is going to share. When today, Gambians need more assistance, especially disaster mitigation. So if all the other programs that you outline are important, you cannot cut from anywhere. That's why I want to ask the question whether you can have money somewhere to come and add to this one, because for disaster alone, from the preliminary discussion we had, he said the institutions need 500 million in order just to start a response to the disaster victims. And what you are allocating here, which is going to be shared by disaster and the interior and defense, is far less than 500 million. Honorable Speaker, if the minister can have another way to get money, there is need for Gambian people to be alleviated from the suffering. There are some families, they don't need renovation for their houses. Their houses are more blocks, all the roofs are blown, they have nothing to put on the roofs. That means before the end of the year or the rainy season, all their house is going to soak or dissolve or fall down. So that means, and they don't have the capital to build another house again. That means, wouldn't it be better for government to go and build cheap houses for those families? So in doing that, this amount that you allocated for this is too small. Where you come and again you say contingency, including interior. I only want to talk about that. Yeah, I raised the issue. Before you put money for emergency, and you have a present issue, why can't you solve that present issue? For the issue of Ministry of Interior, where you have the immigration, the police, the drug law enforcement, the fire service, the prisons, those institutions are in a very deplorable conditions and they need immediate action to be done. So before you keep the money, let's solve their problem. I can give you a bright example. Yesterday, 12 a.m. at Tabokoto, the checkpoint at Tabokoto, I was coming from Westfield at that time. This 20-liter oil empty gallon, that's what they use on the road to control traffic in order for them to do that job. That means a material like corn was not available to them. So that's why I'm justifying, Honorable, before you keep the money for emergency, let's provide for them. Probably the emergency that you forecast could be avoided if they are well funded. My committee, which is the Committee of Defense, we went around all the countries, all the security institutions in this country. We've seen the deplorable condition that our men are in. Wouldn't it be better to get more money? We solve those ones. Then the issue of contingency or emergency that we are forecasting can be solved. We went to Janjambura, for example, which is very pressing. I want you to think about it. Janjambura prison. It has been mentioned by the Judicial Secretary yesterday. There is no court, existing court in the whole of CRR. So the inmate in CRR, if they are going to go for their court cases, they either go to Basse or to come to Masakonko. They ferry those inmates, prisoners, at the back of a pickup, which is not safe for the prison officers and for the prisoners themselves. So, is it not necessary to get what they want, a minivan, a bus, where they can carry these inmates confidentially, safely, to and come back? That's my justification. So that's why I want to give you this leeway and ask this question, which I think my members will agree. In all these programs that we are saying, putting up, if you cannot cancel or forgo anything because they are important or they are urgent, go and look for another money. Gambia is in a time that you even can go for loan and bring and solve the problem. And again, I want to be very, very happy, express my happiness. Even the budget session could be so simplified like this, it will be easy for Gambian people. It will be easy for the people that we represent. People are talking about ambulances here. I will support the issue of ambulances because my request that I put forward to the Minister of Health, they are responding to me. Honorable, your issue of ambulance for Yundum and Busumbala and Banjurundi and Makumbaya, we want to do it is necessary because we don't have money. Now the ball is in Honorable's court. Do you think I'll disagree to that? I will never, because that ambulance, it is a request from my people. I forward it to the Minister of Health. Minister of Health bring it back to me that now the Minister of Finance have money. It's left to your approval. The ambulance that you request for your people can be given to them. So if it is simplified like this, I don't think there will be any problem, because all what we want is anything that we approve here benefits our people directly. So I'm giving my support to the issue of ambulances because it was a request from my people, which I forwarded to the Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, and the Minister of Health is bringing it here. So they have given me everything simple. And again, simplifying this one has made it very easy for me to track the form. Because if I know when the money is available, go to the Minister of Health, yes, the money is available. I will expect in sooner or later an ambulance to be given to you. So if that is not done, when they come back again, I will know that it's not given or it's given. So this is very simplified. So to me, there is nothing difficult because all the legal process for this SAB has been met. The constitution is respected. The standing order is respected. The requests that we put to the ministers here, those are some of the requests as Minister of Budget explained, that they put here. But more especially, which I want to emphasize, we are all talking about election year. Election year. As I am part of the Defense and Security Committee, we've gone around all the countries, around the country, to all the security policy installations in the country. One of the reasons that, or the fear that people have, the security is ready to sacrifice as it is their responsibility. But the required materials are not given to them. If we could remember, Minister of Interior was questioned here. So many of us raised issues about our police stations, about our army barracks, about our police posts. But we are not seeing anything here. That's why I want to give this justification. Before you keep money and your people are in trouble, please let's provide for them. Honorable Speaker, the issue of, I don't want to talk much about everything, but the honorarium for DILIC, I just want to advise, let us be mindful of creating precedents. It's just wonderful to motivate everybody. But as far as we are in this situation, I have no problem of increasing their subvention. From 9 million to 12.5 to 13 is not a problem. But the 3 million that we want to give as honorarium is not a problem. But if you do, we are creating problem. Let's say, for example, there was a time crime was too much in the country, until the president declared for soldiers to go to the street. The police reinforced their job. At least it has come down. So, are we going to give honorarium to those people again? This is a precedent that I want us to be very careful with it. Yes, Honorable? No problem.
Honorable Speaker, the member is part of the committee, but what we were informed is that they seized 118 bags of cocaine and 502 blocks of hashish, all between December 2020, January 2021. And what has been indicated is the danger involved. And as the member for Bintang had said, that there is real danger. In fact, they had to request for the army to take charge of the seizure. And when the army was hesitating, they came to the National Assembly to complain that it is dangerous for the seizures to be left as they were. And the army was at that time not fully ready to dispatch the forces. So they see the amount that is involved. It is in the billions in terms of money, and it is very easy to corrupt them when they have this access. So they believe that if they are not motivated, then you are really pushing them to be subject to temptation. I think that is the key issue, and that should be taken into consideration.
Thank you very much, honorable colleagues. I have no problem with that, and that's the same explanation. What I'm trying to say, everybody could be tempted based on the job that you do. I have no problem of honoring them, but to set a precedent that we cannot continue. It would have been even better for them to be silenced with it if they are going to do, rather than to announce it this way. You know how to get your money to honor somebody. So that's why I am suggesting, because of the conditions I'm trying to say to Gluco more money, I want my colleagues, plus the explanation of my honorable colleagues, the 3 million, let us refer it to the contingency that we are talking about. And that contingency, instead of under centralized service, let us provide the required material for the security institutions to avoid a security threat. We've engaged them. When we went for our tour, we engaged all security chiefs here. We put it to them, the conditions we found these men and women in, they accept. That's the reality. But funding was a problem. We advised them to go and bring their budget. For Ministry of Interior, they presented 616.7 million. That's what they need to be able to cater for all these issues that we have. Most of the major issues on the ground. Starting from uniform, accommodation, feeding, ammunition, and everything. And December is coming election year. There is going to be a lot of public gatherings. We need these police officers and every security officers to be able to have the right gadget to control the public. So as it is now, if a police checkpoint at that time of the night is having 20 gallons of oil as a checkpoint control, then that means that institution is not ready to control traffic in November. They will have the sacrifice with them, but the required material is not given to them. Honorable, I want you to think about that. So that's why I'm giving you still the will. Think where you can get money and come back. And I think my members will agree because of the conditions that we are trying to talk about. Honorable Speaker, the judiciary, revising court, I will not talk about it. It's a public demand. It's a public demand, and I'm here representing the public. There is no political party who is not anticipating for the establishment of revising court to do whatever they want to do. So if, like the election that is happening here, the IEC is saying National Assembly cuts their allocations, and then we are all a living witness. During the process of registration, all of us encountered problems at our registration centers. There are some days IEC don't work. There are some hours IEC don't work. When they work 100 cards, 200 cards a day. What causes that? They say they need more money. So if they come back to you again and says, this is the money we need, the only question I want to ask them, is it that giving them this 80 million is going to be an extension of registration, or is an area that you have that you want to pay? This is the doubt that I only have there. Contribution to international organization is statutory. I see, members, why we are talking about money today. The Minister of Finance is coming to us to say there is this amount of money, is because a contract has been breached or a withdrawal has been done somewhere. That's why, default of that company is paying back the government. So the government is using that to develop. If we also fail to do our contributions, which I believe, the same thing can happen to us. And we are not in that position to pay any money outside. So that's why I'm appealing to all my honorable colleagues, the contributions to international organizations, let us just leave it that way. What the minister can help us, which I believe I want to be very much aware, if these things are going to be a leverage just to enlighten the next budget. Because if you don't pay this, for example, this 51 million, probably come 2021, it's going to be budgeted. And it's going to create more burden on the budget. So if we pay it now, and then 2021 budget, 2022, we can have a gap to do more development projects in the country. So I have no problem with that. All right? Honorable, I want to ask this question, the subvention to GCA. GCA, during COVID, we've seen them put in airport charges and charging. I think they are a prestation where they can make money. My suggestion, why not we take this 25 million and put it in security? So ambulance, I have no problem. Honorable, I also advise you, when the money is given to you, please come to Yundum. All right, Minister of Information, GRS, please. GRS has provided us from our own request. How much do they need and what do they need it for? They have outlined everything that they need. Somebody is talking about a private media overshadowing a national broadcaster. The minister has explained that's the issue. Why they cannot cover. The radio, the TV cannot cover. And they cannot be producing more attractive programs for people to watch because of the material that they have. Now they are requesting for them to be given. If the minister is saying that from the request GRS is doing, but the minister is also giving 30 million. I have no objection to that, but my only suggestion will be if it could be increased. If you cannot have it in, think where you can have money to come. Higher education today, this morning, somebody break me for a lift, but as I was coming, he was, not begging me, but he was asking me to go to the Minister of Higher Education for his scholarship, because he applied for university for 2 years. He cannot have scholarship, and he doesn't have the financial muscle to fund himself. So it's necessity for us to clear this backlog, and my committee, education, is aware of it. Not only the university, but even the government college was complaining that the government owes them. But as far as that is not indicated, so I am giving my support to this 50 million. If it could be increased, alhamdulillah, I'll be very much happy. For the military, I'm not talking about that, because Honorable Member for Serekunda has said that it is an investment for the country. We all complain that the army is only consuming. So what can we do? Now they have also tried to transform among themselves. This is one of the ways they can produce. Then it's a necessity for government to provide this one. So I think all of us should agree and then give them that. Honorable colleagues, come to the Ministry of Local Government. Vehicles. I want to appeal to honorable members here. If it was in 2017, no vehicle was given to a member, and we were going to be joining public vehicles, there are some activities we did or we do in our constituencies, we will not be able to do it. The frequency, some of at our constituencies, we will not be able to do it. So, when legally an office is created, let's provide for that office to do the job. So I am in total support of provision of vehicles for deputy governors, because the office is legally created, so they need to be provided. So in doing that, then we can monitor whether those people are doing their job. But if they don't, we don't do anything for them, we only create and appoint them there, and they are only going to be receiving their salaries, but the work that they need to do for those communities will not be done. So obviously, I am in total support of the provision of vehicles for areas, roads and bridges in this of works. I have no problem. Only a concern that I want to express. Only a concern I want to express. I believe that ministry should have, it's not even a research office. The problem of the country is in the open. Our roads need maintenance. We need bypasses to decongest traffic. But it's a problem. I stood here last adjournment debate. Up to the Honorable Minister, if I tell you. So if I have anger, because I want it to be done for my people, so as somebody mentioned here, when I come here, I talk on behalf of Busumbala, but I represent the whole country. But Minister of Works is not responding to the needs of Busumbala people. And I made it very clear. I don't want a first-class road in those communities, because I know the fund is not there. But the little fund that they have, go and help me to mend those hotspots so that my people can have an easy way, easy in and out from their communities during this rainy season. National Road Authority refused to do it. That's just a concern. So definitely today, ministers are here, permanent secretaries are here, they are seeing our importance. But when we give them the money, that's why some of us are complaining. When we give them the money, when we go to their offices, open promise. They never do it. And then let them, why you come here? It's because you believe that I am representing people. So if I agree to anything, the number of people in my constituency, I am agreeing on their behalf. So I believe that anything that I agree to, my people should feel the impact. So in doing that, you have to listen to me and then go and do those proper things for the people. If I agree for a project in Banjul and something, a pothole is still in Busumbala people will agree, yes, Honorable is doing good, because we also seen an impact. But for 5 years, projects have been done to other places, permanent secretary, ministers help me for this, they refuse. So I have no problem, because they are statutory, they are loans, they are areas that you need to pay, go and pay them. But please talk to your ministers for you to be able to have an easy ride, especially come 2022, it's not going to be easy. If I don't see any project of Busumbala, I'm going to withdraw my support. So on that note, I think I'm okay. They said time. I think I'm okay. I support, because my job is that. When we come to committee stage, then this suggestion that I'm trying to bring up, we raise it up. If members agree, then we'll do it that way. But I want to appeal to my members. Our job is not just outright conclusion to say, I reject the SAP. You know, we are partners in development. Executive plan, they budget, they come to us to approve on our behalf, on the behalf of the people. So if they bring projects, we scrutinize to make sure that those projects are for the interest of the people. Let's just agree. So it's going to be very difficult to reject in totality of this SAB. As somebody mentioned, we are all partners. If this government fails, we are all failing, because since 2017, we signed as National Assembly members, not a member of different another government, but for this government. So on that, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm not going to say much, but to show my support 100% of this SAB, because we are partners in development. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the government of the day and the National Assembly members of this Assembly, especially the Ministry of Finance, from the Minister to the down civil servant there. Honorable Speaker, much has been said on this issue. I don't have any objections on this SAP. Honorable Speaker, there is a problem what Obama says. Yes, hoping your president failed is the same as hoping your country failed. And it's not a patriotism. A patriotism is somebody who supports your chief of defense staff. You can be in diverse views, but when there's a plan of development, we all go for the development, whereby this country belongs to everybody. Honorable Speaker, I will never against this SAP, the judiciary, the Ministry of Interior. Here, we all yearn for peace. This Ministry of Interior, we have young men and women down there doing for everybody just to maintain peace in the country. If they have to call it, a provision comes for them to accommodate the internal security fraternity, we need to help them. Just yesterday, we passed our bill here at the National Assembly. Not for us, but the ones coming in. Why not helping our own younger brothers and sisters? Anything touch about security issue, I fully support it, because I know how they are suffering in the camps, the battalions, street, just to stabilize peace. Honorable Speaker, 3 million, yes, it's money, but giving 3 million to your own brother and his own sister, I don't think it's a problem. We are seeing a scandal of $12 million, only one guy. But giving 3 million to your own fellow citizens is a necessity. Honorable Speaker, I'll just come to the range of the emolument that we are paid. The securities are behind their take home. What they are paid is not enough. Honorable Speaker. And they are doing the donkey job for us. Honorable, I'm appealing this August Assembly. This SAB is there to build the foundation of this democracy. Honorable, I will not talk about this ambulance because every day I call the Minister of Health about this ambulance. Just recently, I was on my constituency. They called me for a vehicle to take a pregnant woman to the health facility. Before reaching to the health facility, he gets delivered. And Honorable Speaker, the next day, I was chatting with a friend, with a patriotic citizen too. He said, you could have not do this thing because it's not your responsibility. You fail. I said, why do you say I fail? He said, you have the knife to cut and give ambulance to these communities, whereby it's not your responsibility to go and pick this pregnant woman to the neighboring villages. I said, you are right. And today, I found this thing on my desk, then I will support it 100%. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, most of my colleagues says about the disaster. Actually, me too, I want to know how much the disaster is catered. Because it's an emergency response that we need to reconsider again. Because if you step out from Barra, going to provinces, you will see the windstorm that he has done to our own people. Then, Honorable Speaker, much has been said. There's nothing here that I object. And because I'm representing people, then is the August Assembly who is going to decide. Well, I am fully support of this document because I am representing people, not only the people of Lower Sala, the entire Gambian people. And because what we are adopting here, not basically we're going to give it to the Minister of Finance, Mambury, to take it to his home. It's for our own people. Because this ambulance, he don't need of this ambulance to go and back to his home. Neither the other ministers. They said villages and communities. So each head that is, each sub-head is taking the responsibility. Also, this vehicle for governors, you cannot give somebody a responsibility without any attachment. It means you are telling me, go and fail. The time we came to the parliament, we are only for vehicles. We are supported with vehicles. And in fact, is this people who even will make us even to come back to this parliament? Because sometimes you will have an issue, an emergency, they will request for your vehicles. You give it to them. So why not our own people? So I said yes. There's no objection on this document. Honorable Speaker, I'm in full support of this document. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Njie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. I also want to join my colleagues to share the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, which is in front of us. I will first of all add my voice to my Honorable Member for Same. We who are just from the provinces, the rainy season is almost 1.5 months now. We are in September. We are in July, and the month is almost coming to end by Saturday. Obviously, if you have been going to the provinces, it's very discouraging. As at now, we assume plants should have been at a flowering stage. So I think the Minister of Finance should put that also in mind. May God forbid. But as rain delays, the soil intrusion also goes further. We have just, as at now, we are just harvesting our rice, the dry season rice, expecting to plant the rainy season. But if you start putting your nurseries as at now, if the rain doesn't continue, possibly the seedlings will die because of soil intrusion. So let the minister put that in mind, because farmers are really discouraging, because still now, in fact, some are yet to plant their ground. I just left there this Monday. So come to the Supplementary Appropriation Bill. As far as vehicle is concerned for the judiciary, for the revising court, this revising court, we requested it. And we assume the IEC will bring the list of the registered voters so that we can able to scrutinize. Here in the Gambia, we believe in Quran and the Bible. I think what is the most easiest thing in this, my contribution will be going on suggestion. That is, as far as the revising court is concerned, people expect to go to court. I think this thing should have not take time by confirming whether you are a citizen or not. It's just a matter of, it's a suggestion and it's my own opinion. If you believe in Quran, and in any court you have to sworn with the Quran that all what I'm saying is true. So, I mean, why not just take a Quran or a Bible that I am a citizen? Or I know, actually, if you are not a citizen, you will have not agreed to take the Quran, and that will easily disqualify you. So I think that could be an easy way and less cost as far as the revising court is concerned. So, we go to other part, which is about, though for the Independent Electoral Commission for this diaspora's vote, it's never too late. But as far as time is also going, it could be possible, because if at all we are committed, and we are sure that it will be on time, and the money is available, I think it could be done. So on the other side, I'll be just precise as far as going to Minister of Finance on the payment of areas on the Banjul construction. Yes, here what I expect as far as supplementaries are concerned, these are things which it should be budgeted since at the beginning, so that coming all the time for this supplementary appropriation bill is taking much time, and we are not much sure whether those things will be paid or not. And these things, while they are coming, we expect that before it will commence, we have to approve it. But already they have done it, and it's a credit on us. So those things are also a risk of doing those things without any expectation of payment. We have seen the one at the Basse Bridge, the Yorubawal Road. Already the Wuli and other communities are benefiting it. So I think it's better for us to pay the loan as far as it's already been utilized and it has been started to be used. Minister of Health, yes, ambulance are meant for referral. But I think member for Basi has already said, if you have the facilities, why referral? Because in any referral, it means that you don't have enough facilities in that particular hospital. That is why you are referring. I have seen cases which just has happened during the prayer, and those referrals were not even done by ambulance. They were done by private vehicle at that particular village where they have already taken the patient right at the hospital. Later he died because he doesn't have any facility in that particular hospital. That particular person who died, and information was sent to his in-law, he also fell down immediately, and they have taken her to the hospital. After on arrival, he also died. So, what is the essence of the ambulance? So, me particularly, my advice and my suggestion is let the hospital to be get their facilities well equipped with drugs, with other facilities. I wish I even have photos at the Kundara Health Center, and I have been even telling the minister, the theater, and even other places where you can see there is not even mattress on those beds. So if you bring a patient there, where is he going to lie down, because no mattress on the beds? So, and I always said, have a big structure. You don't have any drugs inside, it is useless. That patient will go there, he will not even be ready to go to the hospital, because he may assume that he may not even have a drug at that particular hospital. All what he is going to there is maybe consultation, then refer to the clinic, where you know it's only 6 meter by 5 meter space, and he can able to be treated at that place. And the structure are there, facilities are not there. So I think what we should suggest about this ambulance, though the ambulance will be there, because in most cases, like as they mentioned in the list, I can see my area, it is Sukuta, which will be referred to Kuntao. So they have mentioned another place, that is Tembenzo. That place is in Upper Salem, not in Nyani. So in my area, we have only one village, that is Sukuta, and out of 86 villages. So how do you expect others who are far and in other part of the villages, they may also have to get some ambulance to be treated. And this ambulance, they are not meant for bringing patients. Most of the time, ambulances which are based in the hospital are just there to take the particular person who has a problem in that particular place and take him to the hospital. So you will see that most of the ambulance, even they have been taken to, the patient has been taken to Bansang. After leaving the person there, he immediately died. You have to hospital for yourself to bring that dead body at your own home. So essentially, to my advice to the ministry, I know for the Minister of Finance, these are things which are requested by various ministries, and those are their priorities. This is why requests have been made as far as these ambulances are concerned. So, and also I want the minister to differentiate to me, because if you say life support ambulance, which type of those life support ambulance are they? Because I thought ambulances are almost the same, and they are there purposely for secure life. Because the moment you are board on the ambulance, you have to be secured, and you have to be having first class before reaching to the hospital. So basically, and the number of ambulance is supposed to distribute will be going almost about 60-something ambulances, almost about 70 ambulances. So at the end of the day, we can think about fuel, we can think about maintenance and upkeeping of those ambulances. Here, my concern is let's try to have hospitals to get equipped, well-staffed, and the facilities will be available so that there will be no need of taking patients from one hospital to another. As I said, and even happened, yes, he is sick, he has been taken to Kuntaur Health Center, referred to Farafenye, proceed to Banjul. On arrival in the ferry, he died. So, hadn't been he has the facility what the ambulance is going after. People always coming from all the Brikama to Banjul. Why the need? Let's make sure that there is facilities. The previous speaker, honorable member for Basse, said, patients are coming from Basse going to Sati. In Yamina, patients are coming from Jaren going to Jahari. So, and they will pass away from Kudang, go to Jahari. And Jahari is almost a private hospital. So, what is important is, let's try all what we are spending on the vehicle and other unnecessary things, let's just make sure that we have enough drugs in the hospital, we have enough equipment at the hospital. Kuntao Theatre is the biggest theatre, I can say, in the country. It has been built, UNICEF have equipped everything in that theatre. All now what they are thinking is whatever is missing in Banjul or Serakunda, they will try to go and take it from there. But thank God, those who are in charge will always be ready, not the facility to be gone. Because at the end of the day, the theatre will be useless. But as of now, the theatre is not being used. Stray animals are lying down under the veranda. You cannot just bear with those things. If you find them there, you will be sad to see those things. Here, as far as GRTS also is concerned, yes, GRTS is requesting, as they have sent us their urgency of what they need is almost about 98 million. And now we are saying 30 million is been allocated for them. Almost about 68 million, 198 is outstanding. So here, GRTS coverage on presidential election, yes, but if it is covered and it is not visible, so what is the essence? Because most part of the countries cannot watch GRTS because it is not available in that area. So covering the programs is one, but visibility also is also another thing. So if that is not happening, I think what we should do is what they are requesting so that they can be functional. We try to see how best we can able to address that, then the GRTS can be functional. And one also, and the other thing is, yes, if this thing is being allocated to them, let them have a fair play with all the coverage what we are expected for them to do. For Ministry of Higher Education, I support and I want to add my voice, and even if increment should be done for this 50 million, because I think in the budget it was 100 million. I don't know how much was given to them as at now, but as it is stated here, it is about 50 million. I think before giving them this piecemeal, if I told there is another extra money which is supposed to be added on the 50 million, why not we give it to them? Because we all know, as far as scholarship is concerned, either yourself or your relative or your friends is also benefiting from it. And if this thing is not being paid, his career will be stopped, because at the end of the day, he cannot, the ministry cannot able to pay the tuition fee, and the student will be terminated from not going to read his courses. So as far as the vehicle for deputy governors, yes, here I don't think it's an emergency as at now. All deputy governors are political appointed. And as we are approaching on the election. I know I am on the ground. I do meet with them. So I think what we should do is the money we supposed to buy for vehicle for them, we add it on the disaster so that they can able to afford the damages that has occurred by the communities. Because my advice also is, before giving the piecemeal for disasters, though the president has tried, he has given $2 million to the victim at North Bank. But looking at the $2 million, it's a huge money, but distributing it, each getting $250, I think that is just too small for victims to get that. That is just one stick of 2x3 timber, so one timber. So I think what we should do is whatever we have, or whoever wanted to donate, let him just donate it directly to disaster, and disaster will make his assessment. Then at the end of the day, we'll come up with a figure so that they can know who and who is affected and how that person is also affected. I think that is more advisable, and that's supposed to be done. But anyway, as far as I'm concerned, though it is important, but as of now, I don't think purchasing vehicles for deputy governors is a necessity. As far as the transport works and infrastructure is concerned, on the areas owned to contractors for the construction of the toll, if you have been getting access to the toll is now depreciating, in fact, because it's not underutilized. So it's completed, it's not being used. So I think because we have realized that this Tobaski, we have a lot of delay at the crossing point. So I don't know what happened, but the toll should have been used because it can have a distance from the bridge to the toll. At least vehicles can be able to have spaces before they reach to the bridge. But this Tobaski, people have got a lot of problems. Even myself, I think I spent 2 hours. I assume crossing at the bridge, it would just be a nightmare. But it was not the case because the Tobaski vehicles were many there, so it was very difficult for people to cross. I with my colleague, the member for Njie, I think we spent more than two hours before we get to the bridge. So I think that should be adjusted so that the toll can be utilized. Njie, yes. For the land compensation on the Batin-Halin Highway OIC project, this one also, I think we can leave it till maybe 2022, because we are in an election year. Whatever it will happen, people or the government may not even try to destroy or demolish people's home at this present moment. At the end of the day, everybody will be annoyed, and it will tamper the election, and it will tamper in politics. So I think here, this thing is not an emergency to us. What we will do is we leave this one till maybe next year, so that the destruction or the compensation of the destruction areas can be done. So I think, Madam Speaker, I think this is what I have. Yes, on that note, I thank you. I take my seat.
May I call on the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kumbo South? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for bringing the Supplementary Appropriation Bill to the National Assembly. I'll be very brief because the emergencies have also come at a time, and then this supplementary is something that we need to deal with, and we have to deal it properly to enable us to do the right thing. One of the key areas of my concern that my conscience will not allow me to leave undone is the registration of the diaspora. Diaspora 2016 to 2018 was seen as the 8th region of the Republic of the Gambia. I don't know what happened now, we are not hearing that. Why is the diaspora not the 8th region of the Gambia? As alluded to by the Honorable Member for Woodley West, over 200,000 Gambians have been waiting for the last 65 years to participate in the voting process, to come up with governments and also participate in this thing, which is very key. Our neighbors, all the countries in the West African region here, are allowing their diasporans to vote in elections. Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Senegal, Mauritania, Guinea-Conakry, Ivory Coast, all over the West African region. Why is it that the Gambia is denying their citizens? The contribution that the diaspora is doing in the GDP is one of the biggest contributors of development in this country, and I think it is important that we cannot finish this appropriation bill if we are to give money to the Independent Electoral Commission. The diaspora voting is something that has to be included. We cannot close this session without putting that in place, and it has to be done because it is important for us as Gambians, and it is important for us as people who have been contributing to the development of this country. I want to support the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology to get rid of the areas. Education is the bedrock of development in this country. Our young people are underprivileged and they have not been given the support that they needed to help them to build themselves to be more competitive with their counterparts in the sub-region. So we need to build their foundation. In doing that, this scholarship is the only means and the only source to enable our young people to be part of this competition, and developing the human capital is going to help us in a way that will help us more massively. Honorable Speaker, coming to our health issue in this country, I think the Gambian government need to look at the issue of COVID. COVID-19 pandemic broke out in the world in December. The Gambian people had not taken any steps. It was only in March and it was done haphazardly. Our health structures are in their need of development. And what we need to do now, if we go to the Central Kotu lab, the number of people that are traveling, the lab technicians are working 24 hours around the clock to do the testing of people living in this country. Over the last couple of days, a number of people have missed their flights because they have COVID-related issues. They were not able to travel with their families back to the US and to other parts of the world. And this is very serious. And we are getting into the rainy season. We need to be prepared and make sure that these COVID-related issues are dealt with, and it is an emergency, and we need to put all hands on deck to ensure that we have this general screening and testing across the board. Many people are reluctant because they have not got the information, and now that the vaccination is starting, I think what we need to do, we even have to use the resources here as part of the SAP to buy drugs to be able to inject people if it is not enough. Some of us have taken our first dose. It's about 4 weeks now we cannot do the second round because the atravirant drug is not available. And I think it is important, and the danger is going to be very serious. So, honorable members, I want us to discuss these three issues and make sure that we dealt with them adequately and be able to ensure that it helps the Gambian people. The final area that we need to invest is agriculture. There's food insecurity in this country. Most of the farmers who have done their first planting have all failed. The rains is still not yet coming, and it is a concern to all of us. CRR North and South are the biggest rice growers in this country. If the rainy season is going to go in this direction, our livestock pieces are going to be in danger. And that is the most important part of the livelihoods of the people of CRR North and South. We need to be able to make sure that these things are improved and money is invested in agriculture to enable the Department of Livestock Services and also the Ministry of Agriculture to work with the farmers at the community levels to ensure that their farms are protected and the livestock population in this country are supported. Honorable Speaker, one key area that we also need to look into is the issue of how do we ensure that we increase the level of water that the people need in the rural areas. With the rain that is coming and the erratic system of the rainy season that we have, if it doesn't go well until end of September, a lot of the rural, even the water supplies are going to be affected. So how do we ensure that all these things are done and the Ministry of Water Resources work with the farmers and the departments of agriculture to ensure that these waterways for livestock owners are also put in place. So, Honorable Speaker, these are key areas that I want to see, and I want to appeal to all the members of this National Assembly to take these 3 points very seriously and ensure that we factor them into the supplementary appropriation to save the Gambian lives and also our communities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Birkama North.
Madam Speaker, I think all have been said. Then therefore we don't need to take much of the time of the National Assembly, but rather to shed light on few points, and the rest we'll leave that to the Committee of All House. On judiciary directly, I also want to add my voice that the revising court's operationalization of the revising court, 15,000 or 15 million rather for the vehicles. That money at this moment, since the exercise is for the revising court, which is only for 2 months, the IEC during the registration exercise, government vehicles have been impounded and then given to IEC officials that they were using for the whole period of the registration. All their SROs had vehicles. The revising court, we are told only 9 magistrates would be appointed for the revising courts. That means we may need about 9 vehicles. If that is the case, I don't think it will be difficult to get 9 vehicles from the government to take care of the revising courts. Then for the judiciary, the budget regular can handle the situation of the vehicles for the judiciary. But for the time being, the money that we have, let's judiciously use that for things that are of urgent need and attention. I've also got a point, somebody suggested diverting that fund. I will add that we add this fund to the University of the Gambia areas. The minister reported that 100 million is the total amount. So far, we're paying 50 million. That is if there is no money. But there is money. Let's judiciously use the money. Where the money is needed is where we are owing. And we are owing the university 100 million. Let's pay the university the whole 100 million. Part of the 100 million, I'm suggesting there's 15 million to go. Then the 7.3 for the operation, induction and training of the magistrate. We are told that already training has been done. The minister to confirm that whether the judges have been trained, if so, from what fund. If that is not the case, yes, the training is supposed to be done, but if that's the case, what we can take care for now is logistics to the courts. But for the renovation, when are they going to start the renovation and then start the work? I think the issue of the provincial courts should be a matter of concern to the judiciary. We were told the nature of the provincial courts. It cannot be like that. But that cannot be something that we can treat under the revising courts. Independent Electoral Commission, we are told, is shortfall, and the committee advised engage them and agree on to for the matter to be brought forward as supplementary appropriation. If that is the advice of the committee, we have nothing to go against that. However, the question I would like the minister to clarify is whether IEC doesn't have fund for diaspora registration. There are conflicting stories about that. On the other hand, IEC is not trying to say there is no fund for diaspora registration, but that there are issues surrounding diaspora matters, the issue of voting and the issue of representation. They want to be represented in the National Assembly. That's why they feel there are constitutional amendments required to make that possible. At one point, we told IEC to go to the Supreme Court for interpretation, whether the diaspora can be registered without amendment of the Constitution or not. I don't know why the IEC is still not trying to do that. But we cannot be hearing two conflicting positions on that. Some legal experts are saying that diaspora cannot register and vote here when the Constitution is not amended because they're supposed to vote under a constituency. That's one side. Other schools are saying that no matter where you are from the Gambia. As long as you are from the Gambia, you come from a constituency. So that will not require amending the Constitution to make it extra or additional consequences. But the onus lies on IEC to seek for that interpretation from the Supreme Court once and for all. But now, is it because of the funding or because of this legal situation that people tend to say the IEC is confronted with? If it's funding, the minister can clarify that. Centralized service, contingency for security operation for the rest of the year. I think currently, I don't think we need to call the situation of our security force to be something like we need contingency for that. They are in short. They are in short. If you go to many police stations, they don't have vehicles. It's simply a matter of requesting from Interior what they want and let them provide you that. We don't need contingency for that. We know there are shortage of facilities in our police stations. The ministry provides them because we know we are in a period we will highly rely on our security. If we know that, let's give them the money for them to take care of it directly, rather than put it under what we call the centralized service. I am not comfortable of the contingency terminology here. Much more to put the money under centralized service. Give the money to the Ministry of Interior. Let them handle and manage the way they want to do it. We know there is nothing like if they are in need, they are already in need. It's not a like if. It's already there. They are in need. Let them request and then we give them. The bailout to GCA, the minister said there have been improvement compared to last year. I would like to ask, if GCAA, what mechanism have they put in place in order to manage the pandemic? The mechanism that they have put in place in order to manage the pandemic. Here we should be very careful the way we are dealing with institutions when it comes to this pandemic. Last year, relief package was given to institutions. And if we happen to give to one,
then others see it. Now they will also start crying. So this year, I'm sure last year they benefited. How do they manage that? And how are they trying to manage their institution in order to avert any eventuality that is confronted by the pandemic? That is the position I would like that clarification from GCA. I think by the minister. The health, it is good to have the ambulances. We've all been crying for ambulances in our hospitals. We are told health centers, and these are going to be the major health centers. I'm only concerned about the number. And somebody says so, the management of these ambulances, whether it will not be like the tractors that were purchased, given to farmers, only for the individuals to take care and make them their personal properties, instead of using them in their rice fields or farms, but they would rather use it to carry people to sporting centers or ceremonies. Now, I have seen that villages are listed. My position is whether these ambulances are going to be stationed in those villages or the health facility. If it's the villages, who will be the custodian of the ambulances? Have you also catered for the fueling of these ambulances? That is not featured here. We are only told there's 70 ambulances, but their operation, that should also be, I want to believe that should also be captured. Currently, what is happening in our health facilities is that ambulances, you go there, they will tell you there is no fuel. If the ones that are there are running without fuel, we are sure that these ones that are coming also are going to run without fuel. If you don't tell us whether fuel will be provided for these ones, that is what I want to ask. The other concern about that is the ones that are going to be at strategic sites. The strategic sites, how are those ones also going to be stationed? The communities or the health facilities? If so, who are going to manage? My advice is that if there is no proper budgetary allocation for operation, that is for provision of fuel, it's better we search down the number and divert the money or convert the money for operation. I think we can start from that. Along the way, when we know that we have now established strongly, then the number can increase. But or else we'll have them there, operation will not be a problem. Honorable Minister, the Banjul areas to the contract on the Banjul rehabilitation, that is one point that is mentioned, but in the statement of the minister, instead of areas to Banjul contract, it's a different thing. That is, the revised scope of work identified additional works to cover major drainage outlets in Cotton Street, Chen Street, etc. Your statement is about additional work. When in the note that was given to us earlier on, this one is about areas or to contractor. I don't know which is which. Can you clear the air? Is it about areas or additional work that's supposed to be done at Banjul? The Ministry of Defense, I think that one, I would not say unanimous. I would rather not comment on that because I'm also in support. The scholarship, 50 million, I would say we need to increase this. Let's see where to cut and add, and we pay the university 100%. If we are paying areas to contractors, to companies, why can't we pay in full the areas of the university? The money that we have, let's manage that judiciously. If there is extra, anywhere we want to put it there, we can put it there. For now, let's pay the areas to the university in full. Otherwise, we are putting the university in still more problems. They are now struggling. They are anticipating to get their full areas. It's not there. And now they are expecting to get more enrollment of students. How are they going to offer the scholarships? Let's pay their full areas, 100%. I think for vehicle, just like the vehicle to judiciary, the vehicle to the governors also should be diverted to other areas. When the regular budget comes, the ministry can put the vehicle to the deputy governor. I think that was a question I asked in the all-party caucus, whether the governors, I think they are under the office of the president, when did they last to know that the deputy governors are without mobility? If at all it was before 2021, there is no excuse. If since 2020, they know that the deputy governors are without mobility, it should be featured in the regular budget. But if at all it is now, then one can say it can come as a supplementary. But the answer that was alluded, it was not the case. This was known before the budget, 2021 budget. I don't think we can take that as an excuse. Last year, we slashed out vehicles of other ministries and departments in the budget proper. But now if you have to deal with the supplementary, trying to entertain bringing vehicles, I don't think we are fair to those ones. Let's now divert this fund to other areas, and we advise the minister to put that under the budget, the regular budget for 2022, since it is confirmed now that they are without mobility. I think I will stop here and leave the rest to the Committee of All House.
Latikunda Sabiji.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also join my colleague to thank the Minister of Finance for coming up with this Supplementary Appropriation Bill. Madam Speaker, I think my take on this will be very, very short, because the honorable members that came before me have shed light on many areas that we are debating on. The only area that I always have a concern is about well, let me just start by telling you that I'm also in support of this SAP, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill. Honorable Speaker, my concern was the funding. Where are we going to get the funding when I heard of the SAP? That's the Supplementary Appropriation Bill. But that has been cleared, because Minister of Finance is very clear. He told us where he's going to get this money from. It's very simple. If you look at it, it says a non-tax revenue, that's about penalty charges incurred by BP for withdrawing their license. That's 1.5 billion. And then also, I think sometimes we are over-ambitious about issues. Yes, this is an August Assembly. When issues come, every member of the parliament wanted to have his issue and his constituency addressed. But sometimes it's difficult. Let's understand that. Let us understand what we have right now. We have 1.5 billion. This is what we want to spend. That is what we have. 1.5 billion. That's what we want to spend as a country. Yes, I wish we could have 5 billion or 10 billion to spend on this SAP, so that most of the issues that are being addressed here can be easily addressed. In that way also, we have to look at our priority areas, which is very important, where we want to spend this money. Honorable Speaker, people talked about the University of the Gambia. That's the scholarship package to the University of the Gambia, the payment of that areas. Yes, I deem it very important for that to be settled. Because if you looked at what is happening right now, if you want this country to move forward, this cannot be in the absence of academia. It cannot be in the absence of the University of the Gambia. So to settle that areas, I think that's very important. Yes, we've seen 50 million. We all feel that is not enough. 50 is not enough. But also let us ask ourselves, yes, in as much as we want to increase for them, where from this can we make savings? I think when we go to the committee stage, we can look at some other budget lines and see where we can cut and then make some savings. But also let us not forget that all the budget these items here, to me, they are all important. The reason why we are coming for the SAP at this moment, and it comes with the certificate of urgency, means that every budget line here is important and is of urgency. Honorable Speaker, if I just refer you to the issue of the ambulance that the government of this country wanted to buy, the 70 ambulance. You know, there's this one word with politicians. Everywhere you go to, the politician will tell you, my people, the interest of my people, the interest of my people. Yes. I mean, if you buy an ambulance, they are very, very clear. If Western Health Region 1, for instance, from Makumbaya, Kombonot, wanted an ambulance. So do you want to tell me that the people of Makumbaya are not your people? To give them an ambulance? Is that not an emergency? Is that not a priority? It left to the committees that we have in this parliament. I always say this and I will repeat it again. We have a committee responsible for health. When we allocate this ambulance, let us do our job. Let's make sure that these ambulances are functioning. Let's make sure that they have enough fuel to operate. Look, let us be honest ourselves. This is the only parliament that will approve a budget. At the end of the day, we'll tell minister we are not having this. And when you did not put it in that budget, how would you have it? How can you address that? You want to tell me that the ambulance for Bondali Community Clinic is not a priority? In Fonyi, you want to tell me that it's not a priority? No, sometimes we need to be very careful. And we need to be very, very honest to ourselves. This is the same assembly that during our budget, the past concluded adjournment debate, most of these MPs were complaining about this ambulance, issue of ambulance. And the Minister of Finance is here to address that. And yet still, we say it is not a priority. At the end of the day, you know what? Sometimes what baffles me, you know, if you say that yes, the National Assembly is the priority, let us go about and paint the National Assembly. Once that is indicated in the budget, they will say, no, this is not a priority. Honorable Minister, you have to spend it on this other side also. To me, the issue of an ambulance is a priority, and I'll urge my committee, that's the committee responsible for health, to make sure that these ambulances are put into good use. I think that is important. That's what we need to do. The committee of this National Assembly have to double up. We need to do our jobs. That is going to address some of these issues that we are talking about. And most of us will say that yeah, when we allocate this money, the end users are not benefiting from it. If the end users are not benefiting from it, what are we doing as the August Assembly? What are we doing as the member of National Assembly? And we are the one representing them in this parliament here. What are we doing? The committees, if you look at the section 103, the powers that this committee have, you all know. The committee have powers to summon any minister to come before us. But when we fail in doing that one, let us not blame the ministers. Sometimes let us blame ourselves. Honorable Speaker, and then the issue of the 3 million to Drug Law Enforcement Agency, and that of the military equipment, I think this is important. Let's understand that the politicians, our normal words that we all say, our people, the interest of our people. Those people working at that sector, are they not our people? Are we not representing them or what? We are representing them, please. The issue of these 3 million to these people, I think they deserve it. How did it come about? Let's ask ourselves.
Point of observation, Honorable Speaker. Can you allow me to?
Yes, allow it.
Honorable colleague, there is no hidden motive to say but not to give him the 3 million as honorarium, it doesn't mean they are not our people. We are all working on the priority, what we need now. So please don't put motive on people's statements. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Here we're talking about priority. Giving 3 million to our own security forces, is that not a priority? Did we have a priority that is more important than that? The military equipment as well. Sometimes when you talk about priority, yes, let's understand that your priority sometimes differs with my priority. So, Honorable Speaker, the issue of vehicle to the judiciary, we're just from voter registrations. And these people definitely need to do an operation. They need to work. And we all know from here to URR, we are expecting a revising court. How do you expect them to move if they don't have a vehicle? Sometimes we need to ask ourselves. You come in here as a National Assembly member, if you don't have a vehicle, even from Latikunda Sabiji to here, I'll keep complaining, I wanted to go to Parliament, but I didn't have a vehicle. How about someone traveling from Banjul right down to Basay without a vehicle? How would that guy feel? Sometimes, please, let us just, they say, do unto others as you like others to do unto you. Yesterday, when we were discussing about the bill, I remember some members stood here and said that even my allowances, my committee allowances are not paid. Yes, it's happened here, because that's your concern. These people also have a concern, and they want their concern to be addressed. I was not going to support this SAB provided that this government is going to borrow money. If they borrow, I'm not going to support it. But they are not borrowing. The funding is already there. And you talk about priority, to me, I think there is no priority more than this. If you look at this thing, you talked about compensation of lands. If you go to Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Works and Ministry of Transport, Work and Infrastructure, roads and bridges, areas owned to contracted for the constructions of Basay Yorobelakunda. Something, this must be paid. If you pay today or you delay it, it's going to be paid. So why not pay them the money? Those days doing this job, let's remember also they are also going to pay their staffs. And who are those staffs? They are our own brothers and sisters. These are the people that we are representing here. If you think that that is not an area, that's not a priority area, somebody is sitting at his house waiting for this to be passed so that he can be paid. And you are the one representing those people directly in this parliament here. You talk about Banjul Rehabilitation Project, the areas. Honorable members, let us just pay this thing once and for all. If you delay it, yet still it will come. If you come to 2022 budget, it will come. And we all know the issue of our budget, the development budget and the current budget, how it is. But if we have the opportunity to clear these things today, let us let's just capitalize on it and do it once and for all. You talk about the compensation of land. Someone says that why the roads to pay those compensation, but the hiding highway. Let's remember, you cannot start the construction of roads without moving people. And those that you're going to move want a place to stay. So if they don't have money, how are you going to do that construction? I think sometimes we need to be fair to ourselves. Now you talk about land compensation under the bridge, under Bad Hiding Highway, which I have talked about. I'm just appealing to these honorable members to support this SAB. Honorable members, this is not where you can score a political point. Where you can score the political point is that when you are out here, you go and sell your programs and policies to the Gambian people. If they are satisfied with it, they will vote for you. It's very simple. So please, we are appealing to everybody. Honorable Speaker,
point of order.
No, just allow him.
The point of order, please, which clause?
Clause 29, Honorable Speaker. The member is imputing motive on what people are saying and blaming all the members together. He should mention who said what, instead of saying you MPs. That's not correct. Don't impute motives on what people say.
Honorable, please respect that portion and then continue.
Okay, I can withdraw that word, sir. Honorable, I withdraw. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, if you looked at the issue of software, the application software and license, I think we need to be sensitive about this thing. When we talk about IEC software, to me, this is very important. Someone talks about the security here. You cannot have an election security when you don't have a proper software to operate. So let us understand that. That's very important. So again, I'm just appealing to these honorable members to support this, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill. Honorable Speaker, well, I'm not talking about contribution to the international organization because someone has dealt with that one, or the equity participation, contingency. Honorable Speaker, if you talked about this contingency also, under centralized service, I think the Honorable Minister will shed more light on this. We need to be clear in this. This needs to be very clear. We want to know how many percent of this is going to give into this disaster, and then how many percent is going to the other side also. We want to know that one. It's not a matter of just giving it to access centralized service and leaving it there. We want the breakdown of everything take place. And also, Honorable Speaker, the bailout of GCAA to cover their recurrent operations. Yet still, I'm appealing to this Honorable House. Let's understand that GCAA is a very important institution in this country here, and we all know with the coming of this COVID-19 what they are facing. So please, it's a priority, honorable members. Let us consider them. Yes, we understand there was a time that we have given them something, but let's understand also that was not enough. So when they request this one, I think it's a priority as well. So honorable members, under Ministry of Health, which I have discussed, I have talked about, the pockets of life support in ambulance, that is a key. So yes, still we are appealing to you to support this SAB. Honorable Speaker, my last but not the least, I will be talking about the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government. That's the vehicle, 12,500,000, the pockets of a vehicle. Honorable Speaker, so one thing we need to understand that is, he who knows it feels it. Let's understand that. The deputy governors are directly employed of the government. When they request for a vehicle, they don't have a vehicle to drive. I think it's important we give it to them. Let's consider it, please. It's important. If the governors have a vehicle to drive, I think the deputy governor also need a vehicle to drive. So I'm appealing, yes, still I'm also appealing to the honorable members also to consider this one also. On that note, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Let me take my seat here.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable member for Upper Salem.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are gathered here today on a certificate of urgency from the President of the Republic to sit and review some bills. Now, whether the certificate of agency actually has passed the test or not, actually I think that is up to us, but I think it has passed since we've already started to work on some of these bills. One of them was completed yesterday, which was the National Assembly Service Bill 2021, and today we are dealing with the Supplementary Appropriation. Honorable Speaker, I think when you look at Section 153, subsection 1 of our Constitution, which deals specifically with supplementary appropriation, I think it's very clear on two things. I'm not going to read the whole section, but it's saying if in respect of any financial year, it is found that the amount appropriated under the Appropriation Act is insufficient. Is insufficient, meaning something has already been appropriated in the current budget, but is insufficient. Then it says, or nothing was appropriated. So these are two things we are looking at. It was there, but it is insufficient. They need more money to be able to do whatever they want to do. Or nothing was there at all. And I think that's exactly what we are dealing with here today. Now, if you look at the budget of this country, one thing is certain. If it is in the hands of the ministries, I think every minister, they want to do well in his respective or her respective ministry. But the kind of programs they want to do and the cost of those programs cannot be sustained by our resource envelope. And that is the reason why during the budget formulation, they come up with ceiling for each of the ministries, so that they cannot go beyond that, because the resource envelope cannot support all the needs of all those ministries. I can tell you one thing. There are certain ministries, even if you give them $10 billion, that will not be enough for them. We have them here. So what is important now is, what do we do when we don't have enough to cater for the needs of those respective ministries? And that's where you have prioritization of expenditure, because the revenue base is actually not enough. Now, one of our colleagues actually was just saying that, making a comparison that we are spending almost 30 billion in our budget. Of course, that's human nature. If you look at the revenue base 4 or 5 years ago, revenue collections, we were collecting almost $500, $600 million a month. Now in 2020, we are talking about collecting almost $1 billion a month. So as we get revenue, you're going to see that our needs also is going to increase. And thus, as a result, the overall budget also is bound to increase, because human needs are insatiable. So what we had in budget for 2017, for example, compared to what we have in 2020, 2021 is quite different. We are talking about almost 10 billion in differences. Why? But also, if you look at the revenue base also, it actually has doubled. That's the nature of our economy. Now, if we have something that's available now, because again, remember, we have a budget deficit, almost 6 billion for 2021. That was the budget deficit we all agreed to do. Well, even though some of it was willingly, but we didn't have really a leeway to be able to reduce that deficit. Now, if you look at critically the budget itself, you realize that most of the things we wanted to do actually are critical in each of the ministries. Now, check this thing out. If you ask the Minister of Infrastructure and Communications, his priorities is quite different from the Minister of Local Governments. It's quite different from the Minister of Works. It's quite different from the Minister of Health. Each of those ministries actually have your own priority, and something you call urgent and something that's not actually urgent. Now, the point now is, who determines the prioritization of those ministries? Is it them, or is it the Minister of Finance, or is it us? The fact that we are doing program-based budgeting, in fact, makes it much easier for all of us. Because each expenditure is actually connected to a particular program in a particular ministry. It actually makes it very easy for us. What that means also is, each of these ministries, they also understand what they want to do in terms of prioritization. That's exactly what it is. Now, I'm not so sure whether an MP, myself, would actually tell the Minister of Health that what you want to do is not really a priority. The priority should be this or should be that. I'm not so sure if I can do that ethically. What I can do, I can question. What I can do also, I can find out why this was not done at this particular time or why that was not done at that particular time. But I think since they are the one that is responsible for the ministry, I think they have a better idea about what actually obtains in that particular ministry. But my duty is to interrogate. My duty is also to ask a lot of questions to approve or to disapprove. But personally, my opinion, I may not be able to tell a particular ministry, this is not your priority, this is your priority. I may not be able to do that because I may not have enough information to make that conclusion. I'll go straight to judiciary. I think we need to be very careful with the judiciary here. Because a few months ago, we were here when we were approving the budget for the judiciary. I think overall, we cut $86 million from the judiciary's budget. And the two things that actually stand out on the judiciary was vehicles, $27,600,000, and also the other one was also construction of office building amounting to $50 million. That's what we cut. Now, at the time of doing this cut, it was late in the night. We tried to consult with the judiciary because we wanted to reduce their budget, but we also wanted a guidance from them to tell us exactly what area can we reduce, even though we agreed literally where to cut, but they did not come back to us to tell us cut here or cut there. So what we agreed in principle was this. We will cut the 86 million from their development budget, which is these vehicles I mentioned, and the construction, of course. Then, once everything is finalized, then they will consult with the Minister of Finance and the Budget Directorate to see where they can via to replenish really the things that are really very urgent for them or the things that are prioritized. That will be agreed here. So it's not like the judiciary did not budget. No, they did. But at the material time, that early morning, we were unable to any contact with them, and that's how we did what we did on that particular night, I can remember. Because I made the presentation here. Now, we need to be also very careful here. Because we are saying we are all fighting to get access to justice. We all be saying justice delayed is justice denied. And on Monday, they were very clear about some of the issues they experienced. So we need to be very careful in saying that we need to move this out for the judiciary and just leave them like that hanging. We cannot be a party to delaying justice in this country. But we must be seen as somebody supporting really to ensure that justice is actually delivered in the best possible time or in the fastest possible time. So we need to be really very careful not to take all the things and then just throw them away just like that. I think we need to really think twice about that particular area. And I would suggest when we get to the floor of the whole house, we can clearly look at that one. Now, another area also is about the IEC. You see, the same situation with IEC. When we reduced the budget line item, the FPAC reduced it for a reason. And I think we made a presentation here. Why we reduced almost 80 million from the IEC budget. Remember, there is no budget line item in the IEC budget called diaspora voting. Nothing like that. And I think we must ensure that everybody in this country, wherever you may be, is registered to vote. And I think that's a general agreement. But we must also remember that there is no budget line item called diaspora voting in our budget here. Nothing like that. What they have actually is about the software. What they have is about the allowances that you pay for them to go around. What they have also is about traveling that you also have. That's what is in the budget here that we actually approve. That's what is there. Nothing dealing with diaspora voting. Now, I think the question we need to ask IEC is, why are you disenfranchising those people? They need to answer that question. Because Section 39 of the 1990 Constitution is very clear that every Gambian that's of age and of sound mind must be registered to vote. But why are there no registered people in Senegal? Why are they not doing those in Mali? Why are they not doing those in the United States or in Sweden or any other part of the country? Why are they not doing it? That's the question we should ask IEC to answer. Unless if the minister can answer those questions. But we need to find them out. Why? The Constitution is clear. Every Gambian. It doesn't say every Gambian living in the Gambia. It didn't say that. It says every Gambian. For me, my understanding is everybody. That if you are a Gambian, that would mean everybody wherever you are in this world. For me, that's my understanding. So, that was the rationale. But the main reason why we reduced that amount of 80 million from the IC budget was very simple. When we requested for the expenditure of the application, that particular budget line item, they gave us a list what they want to buy. Desktops, printers, the software application itself. Then what we did as a committee is we make a competitive analysis of the current market prices. What we realized was the laptops they wanted to buy, if I remember right, it was more than 120,000. Personally, I'm in the field. I understand what these things cost because that's what I do for a living. I said, this amount you put in here for a laptop, you can get 3 laptops in the market. The amount you put for a laptop bag, about 22,000, we said, no, you can get a laptop bag in this country for $1,000 or $2,500. So that was the rationale how we cut that 80 million from the IEC budget. Not that we just blindly go and then cut it, and then it wasn't like that. We did it for a reason, and we told them. What we asked them to do was go back and renegotiate with the vendors, because the prices they are quoting on here is too high. Go and renegotiate and reduce the prices and come back to us. And until this day, they never came back. That was the rationale why 80 million was cut from it. So I don't think the parliament played any role in actually just reducing the budget just like that. No, there are reasons why we did what we did. That was the rationale. But during that time also, none of us, or if somebody said it, I have not heard, talking about where are we going to pay for the diaspora voting. I have not heard it. If somebody said it, maybe I may have missed it, but I have not had anything dealing with that. Because what I knew was about this voting is about the allowances, it's about the travel, it's about the software, it's about the printers, and the accessories that you need to print those cards. That's what is in their budget. Now, continue right along with IAC budget. Honorable Speaker, I think we really need to look at this particular IAC very carefully. For me, I think it's a waste of resources to be printing voter card. I think it's a waste of resources. You have your Gambian ID card that certifies that you are a Gambian citizen. Why do you have to print another card for me? I say, this is voter's card. In many countries nowadays, you vote with your national identity card, not a particular voter's card. So the kind of money that we are spending to generate or to create those voter's cards, put it off from the cost of an ID card. Maybe every Gambian will now be able to afford more to get an ID card. Instead of paying $500, you may be able to pay half of that because you don't have to print the other one. There's no need. In fact, in some countries now, they're even moving away from this ID card thing. They only have a national driver's license that also serves as an ID card. All in the name of cost cutting to ensure that the national resources are not wasted just like that. Here, we'll carry an ID card. Here, you'll carry a driver's license. Here, you'll carry a voter's card. Here, you'll carry an insurance card. You keep carrying cards just like that. Why? I think this is something we need to look at later on to see what we can do together as a country to help reduce that kind of cost. Honorable Speaker, to move on, I go to the Minister of Interior. I think the Minister of Interior, I think those ones are very straightforward. But we must also remember one thing. If you look at the current budget of the Minister of Interior, remember, we have approved a lot of things in terms of building constructions. 9 million, another one 3 million. For the prison services, remember, $9 million for the prison services. To renovate, also build something. You remember, we had a lot of argument about those things there. It's already there. The police, same thing. The Ministry of Interior themselves, we were saying that they need to build their own office instead of renting. We put almost $3 or $6 million in their budget. It's already there. So now the issue is about the security, their movement going back and forth, the equipment that they need, the vehicle that they need to be able to go across the country to ensure that we are secure. You know, the issue of security in this country, I think this is something really we must not play with. All of us, we go to bed with our families and sleep, and somebody else on the street, ensuring that they protect your property and they protect your life and the lives of your families. And I think this particular area, I think we should just leave it the way it is. If we cannot add more, I think we should not reduce anything as far as the Minister of Interior is concerned. And again, the Minister of Defense is the same thing. We cannot afford to do that. Now, for the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, I think the other two things about the investment bank of the ECOWAS Bank and also the other one of the Islamic Development Bank, the equity participation. I think, Honorable Minister or Honorable Speaker, those ones are important because we owe, and when you owe, you must pay. If you remember, the same thing applies with Central Bank of the Gambia about also their equity, that we had to give almost 100 or 200 million last year so that they can actually pay. I think this same situation is like this. However, if we have something that is also their need, especially the national disaster that we have in this country, I think we may also look at and see what the minister can do to be able to reduce some of those two and to be able to cater for the National Disaster Management Agency. Because these are trying times in up countries that people really need to be assisted in any way possible. I think that's something we can also look at. Now, and that's also about the centralized services as well. Now, for the centralized service, I think we've spoken about this before, about the need to create a contingency fund, as envisaged in the 1997 Constitution, Section 154. I think the member for Serekunda has said it many times, I've said it here many times, there is a need to create that contingency fund, where in case of emergency, the president or the minister can actually quickly withdraw, do whatever they need to, and then ensure they bring back here to be able to replenish. I think there's a need to do that, because emergencies never tell you we are coming. They never do that. So, and I think what happened, COVID should have taught us a lesson that this year, and I hope in this coming budget we're going to have something that we're going to create called contingency fund, where we all agree to appropriate for that one, so that in case there's an emergency, at least quickly, within 24 hours, somebody can go in there and dip into it and then do something, and then later on, based on what the law says, they replenish that particular area. Now, for the issue of vehicles, in general, I think, Honorable Speaker, I think the minister needs to take the bull by the horn. I think the vehicle policy, we must have something. You see, the issue of vehicles across government ministries, in the parliament, in the judiciary, is an issue. Now, can we afford to be buying 30, 40, or 50 vehicles every year? Can we afford to do that? I think there's a need to have a vehicle policy, just like what we have in the private sector. In some of the banks that I work for, that's exactly what we had. The policy is so good that even in case you are leaving, you go with your vehicle. And they make that arrangement, so that the repair, the maintenance, the fuel is actually on you. So that body is taken off the institution, and I think that's something really, Honorable Minister, you need to look at to see how best we can do so that we can solve the vehicle issue for once and for all. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be very difficult, but I owe you to bite the bullet and do what is needed for this country, so that if you look at the maintenance budget that we have, the number of vehicles that we buy for about 5 years, we may hit close to $1 billion. And the repair is not there yet. The fueling is not there yet. I think that's something we really need to do. You close your eyes, bite the bullet, do what is best for the nation, and then we move on. And that's vehicles in general. Now, in terms of the ambulances for the Minister of Health, you know, this parliament is very interesting. Sometimes I laugh. Because here, most of us here, we are asking for ambulances. Most of us, including myself. Including myself. We were asking for it. Nyomi was asking for it. My MP was asking for it. Sabasani was asking, and name them, if we are honest to what we do here. Now that we have this thing here, Basse also, yes, Basse also. Now, we said this is what we need. They go back, look at their programs, and then they come to us and say, okay, we want to buy this 70 ambulances. And remember, these are not ordinary ambulances. These are life support ambulances. Different from one that will just carry you, you go and come. And it's so interesting that, for me, myself, I understand the importance of these ambulance things. My father's vehicle actually has been used as an ambulance for quite a while in Opasal. I can tell you, a lady gave birth in my own vehicle at the back seat, in my own vehicle. I'm driving. And you are talking about something, where's the privacy? There's no ambulance. What can I do? I cannot call anybody to help. I had to put her on the back seat with another lady, and I'm driving, and before I reached the hospital halfway, then I heard some noise. No, it was pathetic. Now, if somebody comes here and said, well, we need to get 2 ambulances for you, in one end of Upper Salem and the other end of Upper Salem, I will be among the happiest person here. Because I have lived it, and still now it's the same issue, it has not been resolved. My late father, actually, people used to wake him up late in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, to get his vehicle to take him to the clinic in Jao. Not once, not twice, continuously just like that. Sometimes they will come, they have no fuel. They have no money to buy anything. So my father will just take something and buy fuel and I mean, it's pathetic. And the situation actually has to change. So if we are here today, the minister is trying to give me ambulance. The only thing I could say, I'm one of the happiest people here today. Now, one of the ambulances at the station in Tamba. Tamba is the furthest part in Opasal. It's almost 9 kilometers from the highway. If they are going to any clinic, what they use is a donkey cart or a horse cart. That's what they use. Anyway, I will leave it at that. But that one, I think, for me, is very straightforward. Now, in terms of roads and bridges in general, I think here also we need to be very careful. And in fact, I think I skipped the Minister of GRTs. You see, with GRTs, what we are trying to do for them, 30 million, or even this 98 million that we are trying to do for GRTs, I think that is cosmetic surgery. That is not this money that GRTs need to be where they need to be. Remember, there's competition right now in radio stations. There's competition on TV stations. And when this government came, we call it newfound democracy, whatever name we want to call it, more TV stations, more radio stations actually come into play. And all of them, they came with state-of-the-art technology. The TVs, same thing, digital. The radio is digital. But GRTS, the radio and the TV, they are where they were before. For them to be able to compete, we need to do a proper surgery and bring them on board to where they are. And this 98 million they're asking for cannot even do that. So let's not look at only, and in fact, if you look at their accounts, 2019 audited accounts, you realize that the total revenue that generated GRTS was about almost 130 million, if I remember right. Then the expenditure also was about 132 million. Now, if they had not got a grant over 60 million, they were going to be in red, which means they were going to be lost. So when do we expect GRTS to be able to generate the money to be able to finance what they want to do? It's not possible. It was because of the grant they received, that's why they made profit in 2019. If you can go and check their accounts. Without that particular grant, they would have been in losses. Now, where do you expect GRTS to be able to get money, to be able to upgrade their systems from analog to digital? It's not going to happen. Now, in fact, if we really want to help them, I can guarantee if we upgrade to digital, we can have GRTS 1 and GRTS 2 that would exclusively to cover parliamentary work and national civic education, because the country needs national civic education. So if we are able to help them to move up digital, we can have GRTS 1 and GRTS 2, where 2 will be dedicated only for parliamentary work, nothing else, and our committee meetings, sessions, and also some sensitization about what we do as this country to come together. Civic education is very, very important. But again, what we are trying to do with GRTS, which I completely support, I think they need to do more. But if we can do it gradual to ensure that we bring them to age, I think that would be helpful. But 30 million, I think, is just cosmetic surgery, and they whole need holistic surgery for GRTS. Now, I think I'm coming to conclude here with the last one is about the Minister of Works. You see, I think the minister was very clear for the past 2 years about road constructions and bridges in this country. I think he said, for too long, we have depended on donor agencies to do these roads for us, for too long. He said he wants to reverse that and use our own money to build. But the problem is, we do not have enough in our coffers to be able to support all what they want to do. All of us wanted roads in our area, or majority of us wanted that. But you have somebody that wants to pre-finance, which I think is very common in the world. They went for that. And they have an agreement to pay yearly, or they have an agreement to pay when they finish a particular chunk of work, they pay them certain things. I think that's a very nice way of actually financing, not actually borrowing where you have to pay interest. Because the other option was, we borrow money, pay interest, and build those roads on those bridges. Or we go into the domestic market, take money from the treasury bills, and finance on our own, and what the net effect would be, there will be less money available for the private sector to borrow. And that's going to do is going to also push the interest rates also go down. But the government's appetite, we all know the appetite for domestic lending actually has dropped. And that was one of the reasons why the treasury rates actually all has gone down as well. Where bank rates was 29% plus prime, now you are talking about rates of almost 20% or less. In fact, some banks are calling businesses to go and borrow money from them. Why? Because of it's no longer lucrative in the business of treasury bills or score as salam. So, the best way really to build roads and bridges is this pre-finance agreement wherever it is possible, and to ensure that we have quality roads. But if we do pre-financing, of course we have to pay. Especially if we can go and verify that the work is complete, the work is actually done according to the specifications. For me, I think we should be able to pay. Because if we defy them, that means is we're going to expect more deficit in our budget in 2022. Because you're going to have to pay also. Because they have to provide for it. So anything that we move from one particular year to another year also, that's also going to help to also increase the expenditure from that particular year, and that means the deficit also going to go up.
Would you want me to observe?
Yeah, sure.
Well, I think this is where you and the minister will have to help us. Because Section 153 is saying that supplementary allocation comes before the expenditure is incurred. And that is where we are trapped. That if the expenditure is incurred, then that is not something that we can put on a supplementary allocation. But again, if we do not pay, they will take us to court, and by force we will pay with interest. So is it prudent? Because we have power to do something, and they must save us from this. Is how do we curb this appetite? This we must do, but it's not prudent not to pay. And at the same time, if we continue this practice, we are offending Section 153. Can you help us with that?
Thank you very much, Honorable. And I think this is exactly where I started. And that's why when I read Section 153, which is saying subject to 154, if in respect of any financial year, it is found that the amount appropriated under the Appropriation Act is insufficient, or that a need actually has arisen. So these are two different things. One, which means we have appropriated, but it was not enough. Now, if you go to the Minister of Works, their budget, we have already appropriated to pay for Yerobawal, Calendar Road is there. But what we put there, it was insufficient. So it's not like we didn't do anything. Yes, we did. If you look at the budget line item here, on the development budget for the Minister of Works, it's very clear on it, on there. Let me see, Interior Works. What's the BE again? BE 18. Okay, if you go to Minister of Works, that's BE 18, under their development budget detailed estimate of expenditure. If you check, there is a, okay, before I touch land compensation, there is even land compensation is even there. Then you go further down, on the page 175, you will see Basa Yorobawal, we budgeted for 100 million. But that 100 million is insufficient. So it's not like we are creating a new line that was no. There was a budget line item, but that line was insufficient. And for me, my interpretation is that's what the Constitution is actually talking about. We have budgeted, but that was insufficient, or we did not budget at all. For me, that's my understanding. I may be wrong, but that's my understanding. So the Basa Yorobawal was already budgeted for. And if you continue further, you will see the same thing on Kalen Bush Town. On Kalen Bush Town, we budgeted for 240 million. But my understanding is 240 was not enough to pay because it's already complete. So we have to pay this person. So we already budgeted something, but what we budgeted was insufficient to cater for what we actually owe. That's my understanding. Anyway, the minister can clarify, but for me, that's my understanding. All right. So for me, I think what we are doing, I think we are in line. Well, you can interpret in different way. I'm not a. Yeah, this is not the Supreme Court. I think the issue of interpretation, I think it's not our thing. Yeah, but I think we are in line. Now, the other area I wanted to find out from the minister is, it looks like we want something more than what you have. Because on Monday, when we had a discussion, we had about almost 1.7 billion. And now, today, you gave us about 1.5 billion, meaning that almost 300 million is actually subtracted. And when I checked, that was about the budget support from the European Union. What happened? So maybe you can help us to understand that. And again, for me, my rationale is this. If you think you'll be able to get the budget support from the European Union or wherever, and that's almost 300 million, I think maybe we can factor this in now instead of waiting or have to come back again for another supplementary. But again, that is up to you. And Honorable Speaker, on that note, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Kantora. Only is you are almost the last person according to the list. Your name is here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, when I listen to the deliberations in the Parliament, since morning up to now, it's just baffling in the sense that this is the same August Assembly that met on Monday. Met on Monday with the Minister of Finance, trials out issues on an all-party caucus. Unless the intention of party caucus has been defeated, but it meant to lessen the deliberations here. It meant to release burden. It's an avenue where we can dialogue and come to terms. But it's looked like it's even better we don't do party caucus. Haven't gone through a party caucus with the entire assembly, discuss at length and agree in time with the minister. Coming here again, starting debate afresh again, defeat the purpose. However, this is Parliament.
Yes, sit down.
Everybody has your rights representing a constituency to give either a support or otherwise, based on your conscience, and make decision on behalf of people to represent. However, I wouldn't want to belabor much. There is nothing new that will come out of me that hasn't been addressed since morning here. Only thing I would really put across is to throw my weight back to the Supplementary Appropriation Bill and also give my full support entirely. Of course, Parliament is of the conviction that they even want more, but this is what the minister presented to us. There is no resources that can address all the issues of our concerns here, but we treat things based on the way we face them. And as a result of this, I wouldn't want to subtract X and take it to Y, because this is the initial submission of various ministries giving their reasonable justification, taking money from one angle, saying that I'm going to keep it for voter registration. There are some legal ramifications entangling that. What's the legal time frame? What is the constitutional provision? What are the logistics to put in place? What are the programs that you're going to embark on? So it's more than just cutting from one budget line. Say I want to save it for IEC. We cannot speak for IEC. IEC has been given this document to submit their deficit or financial deficits. And this is what they have come up with. And we'll have to honor it and throw our weight behind it. I would only really want to commend the Honorable Minister of Health. But anyway, I have seen through the ambulances. My constituency benefit only one. well, we are not really trying to belittle it, but if you have additional one or two, would be appreciated. And I want to also, let's draw our mind. The issue of security should not be underestimated, should not be should not be seen as we are trying to overemphasize their issues. Security play a pivotal role in terms of consolidating democracy in every democratic dispensation. They play a pivotal role. In any democracy, the last resort of every government is the men and women in uniform. They maintain the peace and orderliness in a country. So the welfare of such people who are seen as the last resort of government, their affairs and matters should be taken into serious consideration and treat them, with utmost respect and dignity. Because I remember when I was growing young, they normally tell us about sovereignty, and by going by definitions, you would see what effort or what role these security men plays in terms of territorial integrity and also fortification of internal affairs of a country. So I wouldn't want to meddle in the affairs of those particular areas. I want to give my full support and blessing. Of course, much talk has been also discussed, issues surrounding the vehicles of the deputy governors. I want them to put them in their own shoe. This is an office given to them, employed as Gambians, to make the office effective and efficient. That is why the issue of the request come about. So therefore, it's been a day-long sitting. I wouldn't want to labor Parliament with much discussion. As I alluded earlier, nothing will I come up with that hasn't been addressed adequately by others. But what I can reiterate is that I'm going to give my full support, to every budget code ranging from 03 to 04, 08, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 7, 27, 07, 16, 18, 29, etc. So, and I also want to indulge, I will also call upon each and every other member, having gone through this thing on Monday, we've convinced ourselves beyond reasonable doubt, should not really labor much on this. Of course, they have the reserve rights to peruse through and scrutinize. However, this is a matter of urgency and it's needed as a nation. We must come together, both the legislature and the executive and judiciary. We are independent, but our independence also is connected to our interdependence as well. One arm of government cannot do its own. We have to complement each other's effort. When the government succeeds, everybody can beat up a chest and say I was part of the history making. So therefore, the nation comes first. I thank you so much for giving me the floor. I equally want to also thank the media fraternity here, since more than we us, and also, of course, our other members. Thank you so much for their indulgence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Nominated Member Yakumba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I'll get right into the laws that govern us. We've all stated earlier that it is our role as legislature to scrutinize what the executive is doing. And when we're done scrutinizing, it is for us to make recommendations and tell them what they have done right or what they have done wrong. And I've had these conversations with the minister before regarding supplementary appropriation. I was excited when the honorable member of Serekunda mentioned the most important part of the law that everyone has ignored since we begin this exercise. And that is the definition of supplementary appropriation and how it should go about under the Constitution. And I read, and I would like everyone here to listen very carefully. 153.1 states clearly, subject to section 154, which deals with contingencies fund, if in any respect of any financial year, it is found that the amount appropriated under the Appropriation Act is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated. The Honorable Member of Upper Salem read and stopped there. I know for what reason. I'll take you further. Has been appropriated by that act a supplementary estimate showing the sums required shall be laid, emphasis added, before the National Assembly, before the expenditure has been incurred. Honorable Speaker, we have the powers to appropriate, but we cannot appropriate what we are not allowed to appropriate under an SAP. The SAP is different from the normal appropriation bill. And it is stated that anything we are appropriating must be expenditure that is yet to be incurred. Therefore, on this list, almost, I may be 75% of it is already expenditure they have incurred. Therefore, we cannot appropriate that. Our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do. When we do it, we'll be doing something illegal. And I don't think that is something we want to do. And I don't understand why the minister always brings this kind of stuff, asking us to appropriate when he knows that they've already incurred the cost. And when he knows if we do this, we'll be doing something illegal. We said the minister has done his job. This time I will tell him, you haven't done your job the right way. Because you are not supposed to bring this after you've already incurred it. Once you incur, our hands are tied. And that means it has to wait in the normal appropriation, the normal budget cycle. We can appropriate after you have incurred. The law is not stopping us. But once you have incurred it, not under an SAP. An SAP is not meant for that. It is very clear what SAPs are meant for. Very, very clear. So if you know you have incurred all this already, why are we here in the first place? And we really need to think seriously about that before we appropriate this thing. And I will take you back, take you through the list about these things that we have already appropriated. First of all, the Ministry of Interior. It says 3 million honorarium for the DLEJ personnel on the recent drug seizures. Also, and this is my point, it says their monthly subvention was increased from 9 million to 12.5 million to motivate the staff. Was increased. They've already done this. And as a result of that, the increment will result to an additional 45 million. On what authority? Who increased what was allocated to them? When? We didn't do that. And they've already made that expense. Because of the 12.5 million to further motivate the staff, if you divide that within 12 months, and that is what is going to give you 45 million. This means they've been paying them. The minister is here to clarify them. For the past 7, these people are paid already this, and we haven't approved it. That is wrong. Then we go to the payment of arrears owed to the ECOWAS Bank of Investment. We have already incurred these arrears. This thing shouldn't be here. It's not meant for an SAP. This thing should be budgeted for in the real budget, not an SAP. Because these are all expenses, all the areas listed, be it for the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, the road areas, all the Ministry of Transport and Works and Infrastructure, all the road areas owed to a contractor is something we have already incurred. This is a debt we have to pay. And the law right now is not allowing us to address this. Even though they might have problems with the contractors, they should have budgeted this earlier. We are tied, our hands are tied. We will be doing something illegal. We cannot approve it. I don't know what we're going to do, but this we cannot according to law. And the law is clear, precise, and unconditional. It's not a matter of interpretation. It's explicit, very clear. So I really want us to, when we come to committee stage, to take note of those things. Then I'll go one by one on the main issues. And first of all, I appreciate the fact that the Ministry of Health is here. And really, I want to know, maybe the minister can explain, the Minister of Finance, what happens, because this fund we are having was unexpected. We didn't know that the BP were going to withdraw from the contract and that they were going to pay us this money. We didn't. It was not expected we were going to have this money. So I just want to know what happens at finance and what happens with you ministers if the money suddenly comes and the Minister of Energy calls and say, Honorable, we would be having this money. What do you do? Is it that you call all the other ministries and ask them to know what their problems are? Or you make a phone call to your buddies and say, well, Halis Bangini, Nakala. It really baffles me what happens. Because during the caucus, someone mentioned about the unfortunate conditions of teachers sleeping in the classroom and in stores. I had a snake bit one of the teachers and unfortunately she passed away. These are all conditions we're going. And you said you were not aware of that problem, that's why it is not addressed in the SAP. And I was wondering if Ministry of Health is aware that the money is here, why is the Ministry of Basic Education not aware? How does it work? Do you sit and plan how these monies are going to be and look at the priorities? Or we just, I don't know. So I'll go back to health, to the Ministry of Health. As we start here from morning, it's very unfortunate. I had about 3 obituaries of women giving birth and they died. And these women didn't die because they had no ambulance to take them to the hospital. That wasn't the issue. And I want to know exactly what is your priority when you were told that there is this fund, about 1.6 billion to be spent. And is it that ambulances, as of now, as we are standing here, was your main priority and you asked for it? Or isn't that it's because the president has promised throughout this campaign period that he will provide ambulances that we are making this a priority? I just want you to stand here and be honest with me. That after everything that is happening in the health sector, these ambulances are your priority.
Honorable member, please address the speaker, please.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I would like you to tell me.
Okay, yes, please, yeah.
Okay, we'll correct that. So, because for me, people mention the dialysis unit. Every day I open Facebook, even yesterday, you will see that there are people that are suffering from kidney problems and it will cost them $3,500 for dialysis every week or every other 2 weeks. Gambians cannot afford this. Consumables they have to buy. Gloves, something basic as gloves. Is this not more of a priority than the ambulances? I'm not saying these ambulances are not priority, but the ambulances cannot cure the people. And if we have these lifesaver ambulances or life support ambulances, do we have the men to be in this ambulance? Because if I put you in a lifesaver ambulances, there is no doctor where you are taking these ambulances, no qualified doctors to get in with them into the ambulances before they get to hospital and do what is necessary in operating the ambulances. Are you ready to even have these ambulances function, meant to carry out these tasks? It's a problem. Pregnant women are dying every day. I would like to know what is the problem and why are we not making that a priority? I've been through pregnancy. I know how expensive it is for just the pregnant care, the vitamins. They cannot afford it. One was costing the last time about $19.99, 20 pounds. Are we giving these pregnant women, do they have access to these drugs? Because I feel that this is why they are dying in pregnancy, because they don't have the necessary medication to support them through. Lack of blood is another issue. If you are not taking your vitamins, you will not have enough blood. So is this ambulances as of now, and given the pandemic situation, is this really Honorable Speaker, is this really the priority? And was it you that the Minister of Health asked for this? I want to know. And this brings me to the issue of riders of health and the ambulances. I really want to understand the relationship. Every year we budget over 80 million for the riders for health. What services are they offering? If they're offering ambulance services, why can't they make sure that all these places have this? What is the relation? If we are now buying the ambulances, why can't the government or the hospital itself take care of the ambulances rather than paying extra money to riders of health to take care of the ambulances? Why are we keeping those contracts still? I would really like to know. Now, I will take us, I mentioned the DLEAG honorarium, the drug squad, the honorarium. This is quite an interesting one for me. They said it's because they've confiscated a certain amount of drugs. This is their job. This is what they are meant to do. And someone mentioned it about why it is dangerous to set a precedence for this. And I think it is better we think about these things thoroughly. So we have confiscated a certain amount. We need to be paid honorarium for doing a very good job. Thank you for doing this job. But what is yet to be done about what was confiscated? And I'll tell you this, and I know, because I've said this in this house before, and it has caused me a lot of problem, because right now I'm going to court with them. But especially how these drugs are kept and what they are doing, and what their priority is. I live in the middle of Kololi. It's called Queen's Head. Every other drug transaction in this country, that is the base. And every day I go to bed thinking about the teenagers. Particularly now the drug problem is not only among the boys. The girls, 16 years under, they are crackheads. Where are these drugs coming from? Does DLEG really deserve this honorarium? Are they really doing the job? It's very fancy to call a big consignment, blah, blah. But the real problem is inside our communities, and the kids are having access to these drugs, and it's destroying their lives daily. And every day the drug squad will come to Queen's Head, they will arrest them, take them to the station, they will give them bribes, they will leave them back. If they were arresting them and those people have been prosecuted and taken to court, we would not have so many of them back. Every day I watch, I stand and I see them being loaded in the trucks. And later it's the same people, the next 2 hours or the next day, I see back on the streets. So it is an issue. And drug squad, particularly the Minister of Interior, we need to concentrate on that. We are losing I will not say our children, I don't think I can bear the children that age, but it is a problem. And if you give honorarium to the DLEG, what about the police? How many arrests they have made of armed robberies? How many arrests they have made of murder cases? They would say, I deserve it too. So it is one thing we should do, and I think we need to focus on that, is the fact that we need to have a minimum wage in this country, and that is the problem. We cannot address corruption with this. Every person that is working for government is prone to corruption, myself, everyone here. Because you are not paid enough. What is the salary here? What is the salary for people that are working in immigration or the police? Some are going home with $4,000, $3,000. How much is your rent? How much is a bag of rice? Of course, there tend to be tendencies for corruption. I think that should have been the focus of government, to make sure we have a minimum wage, to review the pay scales of this country. That would address the problem, not honorarium for everyone that has done a good job. And the issue of the OIC, I really want to know whether this conference will take place in the first place. Where are we with this conference? Because it's 2022, it's right around the corner. Before we make allocations for compensation, and this is why having certificate of urgency to discuss a bill is a very tricky thing, because you do not have enough time to do the necessary research, because the bill does not go through the normal process. But it would have been very prudent of us to ask for the documentation in regard to the contracts, in regard to OIC, the valuation of the compensation. We need to see these things. We cannot just be allocating money. They said it is an estimate. First day the sum was up, they reduced it because they're not sure the valuation will be done on time. These are things we need to ask for as parliamentarians before we allocate these monies. We need to be really sure where these monies are going to and whether they are needed. Because the whole point of a certificate of urgency is because it is a need and it is an emergency. That is important, Honorable Speaker. And also regarding the pre-financing of the loans, particularly the Banjul project. This is one project really I do not like, because I thought we could have done better negotiating it. The President said in his recent interview that this should be a pre-finance over a period of 10 years. Why are we in a rush to pay? We've just budgeted a payment last budget. What is the rush? The budget before that, what is the rush to pay if this is a pre-finance for 10 years? And I think it's because of that that the contract was single source, giving to one man without any bidding process, and still, it's like it's on our necks that we have to pay. It doesn't make sense to me. I really want the Honorable Minister to explain to us the agreement, the contract between us and the government and the contractors. What really did you agree on? Is this really a pre-finance project? I would like to know the details of the contract. If you don't have it with you, maybe send one of your men to go and get it, because I want to understand exactly what we are doing. And also, Honorable Minister, I know there's been rollback funds for restructuring the public enterprises. And before we are giving money, particularly to GRTS and all the other enterprises, what is happening to these funds? Before we are putting a burden on our coffers, what really is going on in these funds, and why are we not giving these funds, particularly to an institution like GRTS, for the needs they're asking for? I would like to know. And a lot of people mention very important things regarding GRTS. And I think the whole question is, why should we give you the money? Because we do not trust you. That is what people are saying. Because with the resources you have, you are not distributing it fairly. They said this is before of elections, and they want to treat all political parties equally. But right now, you are not doing that. How sure am I that when I give you these resources, you would do exactly that, Honorable Speaker? They are of other political parties. I would say my political party, particularly UDP, will have events, invite GRTS. They are not going to be there. But if the President's political party has something that has nothing to do with government, it's a political, you will be there. So why would I trust you with these resources that you are going to treat it fairly? And that is the question where everyone is asking. Literally, we don't trust you. So, and I think with GRTS also, there is a comparison, and I asked the minister this during the caucus. There is a comparison between GRTS and QTV, and they said the reason why QTV is doing well is because there is so much investment. But GRTS, unlike QTV, is collecting levies, and they have revenue. And I asked the minister for this, because right now I don't know what's happening to GRTS revenue, because we haven't seen a report from the PEC. I don't know what is happening. But really, the fact that you have an edge over these private stations, yet you started way before them. QTV started 4 years ago, and still the excuses you are giving is the Jammeh era. The Jammeh era did that. After 5 years, we are still using the same excuses. The GRTS was used as a collateral. That is why we are not doing very well. Really, I find that very flimsy. I think we can do better. And I think before we allocate these funds to GRTS, a post-mortem needs to be done to what really the problem is. And the books have to be checked to what really they're doing with their money. Otherwise, we'll give this money and we are not going to reap the benefits. Because they can't explain what really is happening with that institution and why it is not moving forward. And another thing that is completely missing, before I forget, which is very important and which is something that a need has arisen that we did not budget for, is the TRRC. This was going to be a good opportunity for government to meet its commitment. The TRRC has recently held press conferences saying government has yet to meet its commitment. Why couldn't we have used this money to at least meet commitments to the commitment government has made for the victims, for reparations? That is totally missing and forgotten in this SAP. And I don't think there is anything more urgent than that right now, given the conclusions of the TRRC. Don't worry, today is the first day I'm taking this amount of time. I'm just copying your footsteps. Yeah. Just a moment. Honorable Minister, a lot of people have mentioned and are kind of disappointed for the fact that there is no budget for diaspora voting. And I have the honor to be the Vice Chair of the Local Government Committee. And I can assure everyone that the issue about the diaspora voting is not really finance. I don't know why people are still talking about the finance, but the truth is, it's not the finance. The truth is the lack of will, I would say, not from IEC, because they were on board until the Ministry of Justice, and he said that in a committee meeting, that he believes, and he advised IEC, that the diaspora cannot vote unless and until the Constitution is amended. That Section 88 of the Constitution made mention of only 53 constituencies. And Section 39 says every Gambian shall be registered in a constituency. And because of that issue, unless a further demarcation is made, and the demarcation be reflected in Section 88, the diaspora will not be able to vote. I have argued this based on Section 50 of the Constitution, that it gives the power to IEC to demarcate, and that those demarcations clearly states in Section 50 of the Constitution shall be deemed to be part of Section 88. That is very clear that if the IEC demarcates, we don't need to amend the Constitution. I'm assuming without conceding that we need to amend the Constitution for the diaspora to vote. The Ministry of Justice has advised this to the IEC almost 4 months ago. Why are we not amending the Constitution? Why didn't they bring an amendment bill for us to amend the Constitution? We could have done that during the supplementary appropriation, because 3 months have passed, they've met the 100 days. Now we could have amended and the diaspora could have been registered. But the truth is, they do not want to do it. That is the hard truth. It's not about money. Because the IEC, even though they do not have diaspora voting in their budget, they have budgeted for the travels to the diaspora on the travel. They have budgeted it for the training it will need on the training. And they have confirmed this to us, that money is not the problem. Their problem is the interpretation of the Constitution that the Ministry of Justice gave them. That is the problem. It's the lack of political will. They do not want the diaspora to vote. Because if they did, once they noticed the problem, they would have made effort to amend the Constitution and the demarcations be reflected. But that is not done. So I'm telling the diaspora to know that this is the fact. And the diaspora knows, because I think they have filed an issue, a case at the Supreme Court. So it's very unfortunate, but this is the problem. It's not us, or maybe because probably one of us could have brought the bill. But for me, my argument is I don't even think the bill is necessary in the first place. So, Honorable Speaker, I think as a country, we need to prioritize. And we approved a budget that is almost 7 billion, that has almost 7 billion deficit. This is money we do not have, but we already budgeted for. And right now we have a surprise 1.7 billion, and we are still spending. When we've already approved money that we don't have and need money for it. Money that we've approved that we are going to borrow to finance. And we have other money that we didn't even have, surprise money, but we still want to spend it, not thinking about our commitments. It is not about let's spend it and go. No, this money could have been there and used to be reflected on the budget coming in the next 2 months. What is the rush of the expenditure? Vehicles, they say, for the deputy governors. How is that so urgent when people are dying every day in this country because they can't afford dialysis? When pregnant women are dying every day. Some are dying because there is lack of blood in the hospital. We see the post every day on Facebook. Come and help someone, they need type O blood. It is very sad that this is what we are saying are our priorities. And my main issue about this budget, and because the law will affect that, is the issue of the Ministry of Education, the scholarship. There is no more, apart from health, I think education is the most important thing. And I think really From the information I've heard, these things have been paid in piecemeal. Even if they budget for 50 million, the Minister of Finance will give them 2 million, 3 million. I think we should make this our priority. And even if we cannot, because of the law, approve this, because its expenses are already incurred, I would campaign for this to be approved in totality, the whole sum needed, 134 million in the main budget to clear this thing. We should have been in a stage where the students, not even some students are having scholarship. The University of Senegal, the students are instead paid, they're given bourse, they call it. In all other countries, but here you see people who are really willing to study, but because their families can't afford it, they cannot go to university. It's sad. And I think government should make education a priority if we really want to move this country forward. So whether we approve it here or not, I think the whole amount should be paid in the next budget forthwith. We cannot even negotiate that, because that is very important. Students going on strikes, teachers going on strike, and the university students staying for a course, we should have taken them 3 years, 5 years. It's a disaster. It really is. And it's very unfortunate that this is happening. So I will stop here, Honorable, and I just want, and the other serious thing, sorry, is the issue of the source of financing of this SAP. And I want the Honorable Minister to tell me the truth about this. Is this money in your account or not? It's a simple yes or no question. And if it's not, are you certain when exactly this money would hit your account? Did BP tell you that? Did they tell you we are going to pay, or did they tell you we are going to pay on or before this date? Because if it's not, and we already approved this, there is a tendency, it will become a deficit, and there is a tendency that you will take loans to fund this. And that will not happen, because we are not going to allow that. So before we waste on our time on all of this, I want you to assure us it is certain, you know when this money will hit your account. I really want to know this information before we move forward. Thank you.
Very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for all Yundum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think much has been said already. Since in the morning we've been discussing about the SAB, with few areas that are not clear, and people will need clarifications on this. But of course, first, before going further, let me state very clearly that as a member of parliament and as a representative of Uyindum constituency, supplementary appropriation bills are legal when they deemed fitting. And on that note, I am supporting the tabling of the supplementary appropriation first. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to understand that this does not come out of the blue, unless if the minister can clarify. Because what I knew is the ministers must have done a cabinet meeting to conclude on which of the ministry should be on the appropriation list, if I am right. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, few of the items that are on the list, like I said, my colleagues have said everything, and I don't want to go back to repeat what they have said. But I think to justify more on some of the things that are necessary for this National Assembly to approve, one of them is the revising code, the establishment of the revising code. We do not have any agreement on that. And I think you cannot establish a revising code with judges who do not have vehicles to go around the country. And I think that is justified. And I am very much supporting that allocation. The Independent Electoral Commission as well, I think their budget was sort of 80 million in one of their discussions with the committee. And the 80 million is coming back. That is also justified. The Minister of Interior have been saying, I said we are in the election year. I mean, if we have enough money or more money, we could have given them even more than what is allocated for now. Given the fact that the Minister of Interior, responsible of the police and other security departments, are very crucial at the moment when it comes to election and other security matters. So that is also justified. The Minister of Finance is also another allocation that is justifiable, given the fact that Gambia is taking part in a lot of international, is taking part in a lot of international organizations, and then we cannot take part in international organizations without paying our subscriptions as well. I think that is also justified because, like I said, all this amount cannot just come out of the blue. I mean, our executive must have had their cabinet meeting and they discuss on these issues extensively and they conclude on the figures that are supposed to be approved by the National Assembly. So when they come here, of course, we can look at them and then seek for more clarification, but I think they are justifiable. And the other one for the other equity is also confirmed. Centralized services. I think, Honorable Minister, my colleagues, they have made mention of this one. I think we need to unpack this very important allocation. If we can unpack it, I think it will be easy for us to understand during the approval stage, so that when we are approving, we know exactly what we are approved for within the 209 million. The Minister of Works, Honorable Speaker, I think this is one of the most important. These are areas to be paid. Roads were not constructed in my constituency, but then I am supporting the payment of areas. These roads are constructed in the urban area, in the rural areas. And I think the rural MPs must have been here to support this even better than me. And if most of my colleagues would stand here and say, these are not necessary or probably they are not urgent, that we cannot pay them. Why are we in a haste to pay them now? Roads are constructed and people are using the roads. The contractor also needs money. And I think we need to do justice. Since he has done what is expected of him, I mean, I think the government also needs to do what is expected of them. We need to take the bull by the horn, I mean, pay the contractor what he deserves from what he has done for the country. On the Minister of Health, Honorable Minister, that is another justified allocation. I mean, during the adjournment debate, a lot of MPs will stand here and say, this is what I am lacking in my constituency. Among the list, an ambulance was mentioned. I can remember myself, I stand here and said, Honorable Minister, in one of the health centers in my constituency, we need an ambulance. And I think the entire constituency where you do not have an ambulance from the government, that is all you need. So if I have the list where at least 2 communities part of my constituency are listed to benefit from the ambulance, the supply of ambulance, I think I need to be happy and honor the allocation that is given to Minister of Health. That is a justified allocation as well. A Minister of Communication. I don't, sometimes people are sentimental, and when they are talking, they only talk whatever they wanted to say. But you have to look at the justifications of issues first before you talk about what has been happening or what. The Minister of Communication, what has been happening is not right, and now they wanted to correct the system. I think it's enough reason for us to believe that GRTS that the Minister of Communication wanted to strengthen will come to where they wanted it to be when this money is given, at least closer to where they wanted to be. If they said they're going to cover the elections with all the presidential candidates, which have not been happening before, I have enough reason to believe that at least in December I'll be seeing all the political parties being covered during the election, during the campaign period. So this is also another justified allocation for the supplementary appropriation. The Minister of Higher Education, I would have made a personal plea that the Minister of Higher Education, I know 50 million has been allocated, but I was going to say at least half of the amount that is owed by government to the University of the Gambia should at least be paid. At least 75 million should have been paid to the university, because government cannot afford to owe the university when students are supposed to sit to their examinations. There is no money for them to go, and when teachers will be going to strike and the exams will be held. We need to look at that area. Probably during the consideration, we will have to look at some of the things and at least add on the 50 million, because that is a very important component that I really wanted us to augment. Honorable Minister, Defense, I wouldn't go because I am not in the committee, but I think the members from that committee have given us enough reason for the Defense Ministry to be supported with, this amount of money, so that our soldiers can also be par with other countries in terms of peacekeeping and other things. The regional government, the deputy governors for vehicle, I wouldn't want to say much, but I think if I am a National Assembly member and I do not have a vehicle, to be honest, I wouldn't like it. Somebody also who is legally appointed as a deputy governor, working for the state, definitely deserve a vehicle. The deputy governors, deputy permanent secretaries, directors, every director in this country, wherever you are working at, you have a vehicle. Deputy permanent secretaries, they have vehicle. Deputy governors, why should we, deny them from having a vehicle because it is allocated in a supplementary appropriation? That is not justified. What is important is the money available for us to buy them vehicle? If the money is there, why are we denying them? We can approve it in the supplementary and buy a vehicle for deputy governors. You have a deputy governor living far away in Basse, who is supposed to come to Banjul. I mean, he did not have a vehicle. Is he going to join a commercial vehicle or what? So we need to put all these things into consideration. If the money is not available, I mean, there is nothing we can do. But if the money is available, I think it's justifiable for us to allocate the deputy governors with a vehicle, which is also important because they deserve to have that. Nobody can be a deputy governor from primary school or whatever. You have the qualifications to be a deputy governor. At least you should be able to be given a vehicle to do your job within the region that you are representing. And I think Minister of Works, we have said all. That is, I mean, we just put them together because for works it's important. Infrastructural development. This is one of the things the government of the Gambia is championing. We have seen, a tremendous achievement in terms of infrastructural development in this country. And this is moving forward. I mean, we are not only doing infrastructural development for the current, government alone. We believe that even if this government is not there, the infrastructural development will continue in this country. Any other government that is coming will also continue doing the infrastructural development for the people of the Gambia. So at least to be able to pay back for the areas that we owe to contractors, I think it's justifiable. If the ministry deems it fitting, that is one of the priorities that they have as a ministry. I see no reason why we should reject that. We only need to look at it and scrutinize and know exactly how much money are they demanding to pay. Do we have that money available for us to pay? Should we cut it at least a bit to pay half and then add other things to the current priorities of the country? That is what we need to look at, but not to reject the entire sum totally to say we cannot pay the areas of the contractors. It's also going to be a debt burden on us. So at least we are reducing that. We're reducing the payment for contractors, and then the burden that we have in terms of debt will reduce when we have the other budget to pass. And I think, Honorable Speaker, one thing I know everybody in this parliament is cognizant of, the money that we are about to allocate to various ministries or spend, I mean, it's not from the taxes. This is a penalty charge in the contract clause, or termination clause in one of the contracts that the government entered in with BP Petroleum. And I think we need to commend the government for the, in fact, entering into a contract that has a penalty clause. Now the government is supposed to be paid an amount of 1.5 billion. So I think that is important for us.
Observation.
Yes.
You are observing
What's
me.
your basis?
He is observing me, Honorable Speaker. I should give him the floor. No, you are asking the Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, the member is saying it's not a tax, but it's a non-tax. So it's tax. It's both. It's not dropping from the sky.
Honorable Speaker, you're trying to mislead me now. What I have on paper, that's what I'm saying. I said the amount that we have is coming from a penalty clause. And I think that's what we have. Whether it is a non-tax or tax, I am not at an end. I am saying the money is coming from a penalty tax that the Gambia government is going to enjoy from the termination of a contract. That's what I'm saying. So at least we can use that money to allocate the various expenditures that we wanted to do. It could have been a problem for us to go in the market, borrow money, and come and spend on these various expenditures. That was going to be a problem for us. Now we have the money. And I think it's important for us to look at that. For me, I think what we need to look at as a committee, as National Assembly, when we go to Committee of State, and the Committee of the whole House, we can look at the amounts. Probably we can, reallocate certain things that we think are necessary for the country, and then we put them there. But to totally reject what we have, that is going to be something else for the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Honorable Member for Bondali, San Mentereng, Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would first of all join my honorable colleagues to first of all thank the Honorable Minister for Finance, who is also the mover of the motion entitled Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2021, for respecting Section 30, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Act, and also Section 153, subsection 1 of the 1997 Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, my intervention on this noble debate, I would take off from Ministry of Information and Communication on subvention to non-financial public institutions. GRTS, on what we have here on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, we are giving 30 million to GRTS, and already there was a document circulated to us stating that GRTS is not comfortable with the $30 million, but instead they are in need of $98,198,959. Honorable Speaker, most of these previous speakers have mentioned that if you see GRTS cannot perform as other medias like the QTV, it's simply because it is underfunded for so many years. And when we have an engagement on Monday with the Honorable Minister for Information, he did mention and clarify to all of us who were at that at that meeting, that definitely they need more than the 30 million which is already indicated. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, if we want to have the GRTS that we need, or that we all yearning for, the amount that they requested, if at all it is not added, it should not be reduced. That is the 98 million. So on my side, Honorable Speaker, I'll be in support of the 98 million that they are requesting. And to go for the Honorable Speaker, Minister of Higher Education. Ministry of Higher Education, we've talked about government scholarships. Most of my honorable members have talked about that. But my only action here would be to emphasize and to give more support to those people who already mentioned that this 50 million is not sufficient, but rather we should go in for paying the whole loan that the government is having for scholarship. Honorable Speaker, Minister of Lands and Regional Government, 12,500,000 for what? For the purchase of vehicles for deputy governors. Honorable Speaker, some members have mentioned that this purchase of vehicles for deputy governors to be pushed for the next budget. I am going to against that, Honorable Speaker, because if you are hungry, Honorable Speaker, and I tell you I'm supposed to give you food today, and now somebody comes and tells that, no, Honorable Keba, don't give him food today, give him food tomorrow. You will not be happy, Honorable Speaker. You will not be happy. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm urging my honorable members who mentioned that let's push for the purchase of vehicles for deputy governors to the next budget. I am totally arguing that. Instead, let us do it now as they have requested for it. They need it, and definitely they need it, and it should be given to them, Honorable Speaker. Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, 176,383,995.23 bututs. Areas owed to contractor for construction of the Basse Yorobawol and the Kaleng Bustown Road. My issue here, Honorable Speaker, is that on the previous list that was given to us, the amount there was 510 million. I don't know why the Honorable Minister reduced it to 178 million. I want to know that. Yeah, 176 million. I don't know why he reduced it to that. So I want the Honorable Minister to explain that, please. Because it was 510 million in the previous list that was given to us. So now, the final one that is given to us is 176 million. So my concern there is for the variation to be explained to me, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, land compensation under the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure. $200 million is the one now presently in the list, or on the list. But on the previous list, Honorable Speaker, we were having $408 million, but that one also has dropped to $200 million. Honorable Minister, I would want for you to explain that to me, because we know that so many places would be touched, and we don't know whether definitely this 200 million would be sufficient enough. So therefore, I want you to explain to me why is it that the 408 million is dropped to 200 million dollars. Honorable Speaker, the last but not the least, would be the Minister of Health, Honorable Speaker. Vehicles, purchase of life support ambulances to be distributed across all the major health centers. An amount of $134 million is given to the Minister of Health. But Honorable Speaker, my surprise here, Honorable Speaker, is that we were given a list. Yes, a list where communities are going to be given some ambulances. And if you go there, Honorable Speaker, the second page, I have looked and went through all the list, but I did not see my constituency, which is Jara Central. And Honorable Speaker, if you could remember, last year, Jara Central, okay, show me. No, let her show me, please. Honorable Speaker, there is no Jara Central. I know what I'm saying. I have went through the list. I think the Honorable Minister of Health is here seated. Get note of that. Honorable Speaker, last year when we had a supplementary appropriation bill like this one that we are dealing with today, when we talked about the Hakalang Road on that supplementary bill, I stood here, Honorable Speaker, to say that any supplementary bill or any bill that comes here in this parliament now, if I don't see Jara Central there, I will be the first person to reject that bill. Yes, I don't care whether some people will support it, but for me on my area, as a member of Jara Central, I will reject it. I said it here, Honorable Speaker, and I have reasons to do it, to say that. Because I said that here, Jara Central people are taxpayers as any other constituency. I said it here. So with all the 53 districts, it's only Jara Central I didn't see there. So I don't know whether the Minister of Health oversighted that, or it is from the Minister of Finance. But I want to know where the fault lies. So I am suggesting that if at all it's an oversight, I'm suggesting, Honorable Speaker, for the following places in Jara Central to be considered in this distribution of community ambulances. Places like Japine, we have a clinic there, and the surroundings of Japine can benefit from that community ambulance. We also have another clinic in Sasita, and the communities around Sasita also can benefit from that ambulance. And in fact, Honorable Speaker, with that of Sasita is almost 6 to 7 kilometers away from the highway. So if this community like that is not on this list, it would be a surprise to me, Honorable Speaker. And we also have another community called Jalambere. So many feeder villages are around that community. Jalambere. So I'm suggesting, Honorable Speaker, for 3 ambulances to be allocated to Jara Central in these 3 key settlements. On that note, Honorable Speaker, these were the areas of my concern. I beg to take my seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Bondali.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I have to withdraw because for the first time, I'm seeing myself in the SAP. So I am going to support it. Thank you.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member for San Mentoring.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I also join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for bringing this bill to this Parliament. Honorable Speaker, much has been said, and I believe there is relevance in this bill. Honorable Speaker, if we could fully recall our minds back in 2017, the slogan of this House was hospitals, roads, education, and so forth, agriculture, and so forth. Now that there is an SAB that is catering for such needs, I believe and I fully support this bill. Because number one, if you look at the health sector, I once had a talk with the Minister of Health at my constituency, which is Sani Mentoring, where we have 2 health centers, that's Sukuta and Brufut. The need that arise was ambulances, because there is only 1 ambulance in Brufut compared to the catchment. You have 14 villages that health center is catering, and you have only 1 ambulance. Sometimes there is serious accident and at the forest between Burfoot and Tanje. We sometimes need 4 ambulances at a go to do that service. What we do is we request for ambulance from Sukat up to Fajikunda to come and help us. And the ambulance that we have presently in Burfoot has served for over 5 years now. It is in a very bad condition. Sometimes it would not work for 3 days. When I saw the list of ambulances and the circuit names, I was a little bit optimistic because I haven't seen Burfoot or Sukuta in the list. But fortunately, later part, another list came where I saw Sukuta part of the ambulances. But I'm still appealing to the minister to consider Burfoot also. Honorable Speaker, security. Security is very paramount. We have this how to call it, PIU unit in Burfoot. This PIU, they are catering from Sukuta up to Kratom. And the station has not even a single vehicle. We all could remember there was a case that happened at Njie. Before the security could reach Njie, things went out of hand. Likewise, Sanyang. At the same time, Burfoot. And these people are still there without vehicles. So if I could see Central services, security operation for the rest of the year, I believed Honorable Minister of Interior will consider the PIU camp at Burfoot for them to have a vehicle, because if they don't have a vehicle, it's going to be a big problem for them. Honorable Speaker, communication, GRTS. GRTS is the nation's television station. They are not only there to cover the presidential elections, but they are there to educate the whole nation. And I believe their coverage should be nationwide. So giving them this amount, I think it will upgrade and it will facilitate their coverage throughout the nation. Honorable Speaker, roads and bridges. When we talk of communication, people think that it is only over the phone. But road infrastructure is one of the most important communications throughout. So if we see these roads and bridges being constructed, I think this was the slogan of this assembly since 2017. Madam Speaker, the Mr. Speaker, the Independent Electoral Commission. This 80 million is a shortfall. And I think we should not hesitate to support this bill so that this 80 million can be paid for their application of software systems and licenses. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, judiciary, vehicles for operationalization of revising courts. One of my colleagues mentioned here that you have judges that bought commercial vehicles from here up to Basel, which to me is not safe. Judges need to be protected because of the nature of their job. So for that being the case, I think we should not hesitate to support this bill for them to have their vehicles, which would easily solve their problems. Honorable Speaker, Minister of Lands, Regional Government, purchase of vehicles for deputy governors. Let's take the example of the National Assembly. Some of us travel from Burfoot to Banjul here, but sometimes we find it very difficult. And these deputy governors, they are taking care of a region. Can you imagine from Bara up to Farafeye, somebody who is taking care of it without a vehicle? How can he do his job in the best interest of his people? Honorable Speaker, the Army, military equipments. We know security is very paramount. We need to support our security. For these peacekeepers, they are going with the name of the country. And when they do good there, it's not the personnel that will be said, it's the Gambia. So I believe this is another point for us to consider and to make sure that these militaries are well equipped for them to do their peacekeeping in a very conducive manner. So, Honorable Speaker, as I said before, much has been said. I just want to rest on these few points, and I'm here to rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Talinding.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I begin my intervention in three important issues like health, security, and education. Honorable Speaker, I must commend the Honorable Minister for Health for coming up with this laudable initiative for buying a community ambulance. But this ambulance were catered for the 6th region and the 7th region of the Gambia, KMC, the most density populated area, where many of the unskilled migrants from this 6th region were settled to look for white-collar jobs. I don't think I can afford to support such if KMC is not catered for, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, still on health, I had members of parliament shouting about we suffering from maternal mortality and our health sector is very poor. Honorable members, should we just sit down and say there is no food on the table and we should leave our dirty dishes in the house without cleaning them? We have seen a disease attacking the country, a major killer disease, and we need this ambulance. I think we all need to go in for it because we don't have a health background. If somebody who is a surgeon consultant and with a strong health background came up with an initiative, we have to listen to them, or during our party caucus, we raise our concern for us to be guided, honorable members. Honorable members, security. I am part of the Defense Committee, but I think the chair of the Defense Committee has highlighted many of these issues. Like the Darfur mission is already closed, and as a sign of motivation, we need to help our security personnel to get entry into another mission. And in doing so, they need to be equipped, they need to get standard equipment to be qualified for those missions. And the reason why we are going through all this drama is because of this parliament who throws out their arms and ammunition. Because we think that it's not something important, but today it brings us back to a serious drama. And still members are saying that we need to give priority to the police, the prison, and so on. Yes, they are our sister brother forces. We need to motivate them. But we cannot all be in a car and we all want to be a driver. Somebody must drive and the others sit at the back seat. So I think we should start with a journey of 1,000 miles began with one step. Let's start with this one and wait for the other ones. It's a gradual process, honorable members. Honorable members, the windstorm, I think we must commend the government for coming up with a personal donation of 2 million. And as honorable members, we've seen what this windstorm have done in the country. And I think as elected representative of the people, we all have a role to play. I am not blaming anybody and I'm not putting any condition on anybody. But if we can also come up with an initiative...
Can I observe you?
No, you will never observe me. You want to distract me, but it will not work. If we can come up with an initiative by scaling down or taking half of our salary as a form of donation, we put it together and donate it to them. I think that one also will help a lot. Honorable members, we also spoke about the deputy governor's vehicle, and some members have objected to it. I think, honorable members, that will be the greatest insincerity if we want to do so. Honorable members, sorry for my language if I offended anybody, because some people are murmuring at the back. Because, sorry, I withdraw. We are all mobile as parliamentarian, and even if we have a breakdown of our car for just a second, we all go mad. So if we want to allow these people to be roaming about like that without a mobility, it's very unfair. I think we need to fair them equally, because these people cannot speak for themselves. They have no voice. So this is the place where the voice of the voiceless are equal. So let us treat people with fairly and stop the way we are driving ourselves.
Withdraw, Mark. Withdraw.
Because we all know that certain portfolio, if you hold it, you must be mobile. If not, you cannot carry out your state functions. Honorable Speaker, you cannot distract me. I know men are like that. Sometimes you cannot do it, but when women are trying, you just want to drag them back, but it will not work. Honorable Member, IEC. I don't want to dwell on IEC, but a serious concern was raised by a honorable member, because we are all members of the Committee of Local Government, IEC, and Ombudsman. But we trust out this 80 million, and it was brought out, and members, they make reference to why they bring it back. But a member just informed this assembly that he spoke to the IEC chairman and one Mr. Njie that they are okay with their 2021 budget, so they didn't need any increment. So if their line ministry is here, if he can explain that, because it's so scary for the representative of IEC to say that they are okay with their budget line and something was brought to this plenary. I think this thing needs to be addressed if the line ministry is there. Also, members keep saying that there must be diaspora voting. I am in support of it. Yes.
Well, the IEC has a completely independent budget. It does not have a line ministry interpreting its budget. Their budget is just sent to the executive to bring directly to us for decision.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
This is their budget.
Yes.
It's nobody's budget here.
Yes, thank you very much for that clarification. This is why we need experienced politicians in the House to help the young ones. Yes, members also keep saying that there must be a diaspora voting, which is their fundamental right. There should be a diaspora voting. But we should also ask IEC, because we have recently heard that IEC is being sent to court for the mayor being issuing an attestation which is not in the Election Act, because the Act is saying that the chiefs and the and the governors, the chiefs and the alcalis and the chiefs. So even the 5 elders who are to attest are no more there. If you are advocating for the diaspora voting, I think you should also bring this to the attention of the National Assembly members, so that it could be treated fairly. On the issue of the university, I will also add my voice to the previous speaker for the government to pay this bill, because it's subjecting this student to a lot of trauma, especially this one that are on the scholarship. And the minister also needs to stand on his feet when they made this payment, to see that no students should struggle to go into the class without any seat. No students should struggle for a seat to have a lesson in a class, and students who graduated must have their certificate immediately they graduate, but not to be waiting until the following year or year after that. So that one also needs to be addressed. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Janjanbureh.
At long last. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to join my honorable colleagues in thanking the honorable minister for bringing this SAP for our discussion. I want to say this clearly, without grudges, without trying to belittle any ministry or agency. We are here to speak our mind. The Ministry of Finance has done their job and they brought it to us. We need to look at it, convince ourselves about what is in there, and look at its responsiveness to our current situation. This is all about it. Discuss it, and when we come to committee of the whole house, try to cut from somewhere and put somewhere until we come to an agreement. This is the entire process. I also want to inform myself and the rest of National Assembly members that this government is our government and it will continue to be our government. So there is no way anybody will try to sabotage. Not me anyway. Irrespective of what you support, it's still our government. Mr. Minister, since morning you have had a lot of brilliant suggestions, comments from different people on different issues pertaining to this SAP. Isn't this the beauty of discussion? However, I have some questions. I want to know, and during deliberations, you might have heard from some members, how does a ministry is informed that there is going to be an SAP? Try to bring in whatever you want. Who informs those ministries? That's a concern. Mr. Minister, during your deliberations this morning, when you were reading from this text, you mentioned pandemic, COVID-19, very close to 10 times in this document. Very close to 10 times. But it is not even considered. It is not even considered. I would have thought, at least we would have put aside even the purchase of 10,000 doses so that our donors would know that we are interested in curing our people, but our funds are not readily available and they can chip in, give us more. But we cannot leave everything to donors. We are being informed that even with this Johnson & Johnson that recently came, all of it together, it will do only 30% of our population, if I'm not mistaken. So do we want to leave the purchase of these drugs to our donors? I think this should have been considered. Again, in this document, on page 3, paragraph 10, you mentioned paragraph 10 and 11, you mentioned agriculture and the significance it has, but agriculture is nowhere prioritized here. Mr. Minister, Mr. Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, I want to think, like I always say here, that agriculture is still left with donors. And Mr. Speaker, we want to recommend that government should stop giving projects to agriculture. Government should put its government's own money into agriculture. And I want to tell this National Assembly that it should be our responsibility that we stop these projects. They are not benefiting agriculture, they are not benefiting Gambia at all. Some of the projects, even before the project ends, the things they put in fail. A lot of these projects. So it is useless giving projects to agriculture. Everybody knows here that I support them. I am from the province, I'm a farmer myself, so I cannot go against agriculture. But projects would never bring up our agriculture to where we want it. Never. So government itself should put in, how much are we getting from? If we take a $80 million loan from these donors, and we pay it over 30 years, we end up paying how much? And what benefit does it have directly to our farmers? What? That 80 million could have been provided by our government itself, and we monitor it and ensure. I would say, I am not happy the way agriculture is going. I will say that clearly, all right? But it should not be left with projects. We are just wasting money, putting money in the drain. The other two, people have spoken about it, like the diaspora voting and the youth empowerment. It's not in here, it's not anywhere, it's not budgeted. I would have thought probably some amount of money could be given to higher education to at least give CRR one skill center, which I've been crying for since I came here. CRR being the biggest region, both north and south, is still without a skill center. I stand to be corrected. The minister is here. Although the minister is here, I stand to be corrected, but is still without a skill center. Mr. Minister, Honorable Speaker, this is a concern for every National Assembly member. We are talking about empowering our youth. That leads me to my individual comments, questions on different allocations. Honorable Speaker, these are on the judiciary, 15 million. Mr. Minister, what type of vehicles are we talking about? How many operational revising costs are we talking about? How much in each region? So this 15 million, how much vehicles can we get from it? This is important for the National Assembly to know, so that we cannot do anything about their budget because we cannot touch it. But at least they would know that we know that they are giving vehicles just recently. Because I know in December they will start to claim for more vehicles again. So we need to know how many vehicles are you buying from this 15 million. I'm just going to talk on the ones I have commented on. Ministry of Interior. I would have thought if the ministry is to give incentive to these people, we would have known how many people, at least how many people. But you just said 3 million to BLEAG, but I think that's a little vague. Probably a little information should be given for us to know exactly who are going to share this money. All right? And my biggest question is, I hope paying these people will not open a Pandora's box. Another agencies would come and say, since these people are paid. In the most recent adjournment debate, I stood here and was commending the armed forces for bringing down crime. 3 months ago, we were all unsafe. Every day you hear of crime. Suddenly, when they started mounting up these checkpoints, everything went down. I was recommending them here. So I'm not saying it should not happen, but what would happen if you give these to NDLEAG and the police or the army comes and says, we also need safety? What is going to happen? And under the remark column, somebody has already mentioned it. He said their subvention was increased. Who increased this? Without the information of the National Assembly, or without the National Assembly being informed. Under centralized services, a lot has been said about this, but I would have thought, because a lot of agencies are sharing this 209 million, why don't we know what is for who? 209 million. Because I have a feeling this is not even enough for even disaster alone, NDMA. This 209 is not enough for them. Much more if you join them with police, again, DLEAG, immigration, GF. I think this 209, we should know, we should have a breakdown of what it is intended for. Okay? And I want to recommend that since NDMA is still evaluating the recent disaster, the balance from the original estimate we prepared, and this 1.5 billion, 260 something million, should be kept aside, probably for NDMA, when they would have completed their evaluation and know exactly how much they would need. My next point goes to health. I stood here during last debate, our sitting before last, and requested from the minister an ambulance to Janjambure because of its proximity from the only referral center in Siaka, which is Bansang, and Nyani. So I'm in no way saying that ambulances are not necessary or not a priority. I'm in no way saying that. But what I would have loved to recommend to the minister is, instead of 70 life support ambulances, why can't we reduce it to 30 and the rest be used to buy gloves, look into why our pregnant women are dying, look into why there are no medicines in our hospitals. The balance could have been used for that. I want to recommend that, right? And most of the time, these ambulances, you call them, there is no fuel. So if we are buying 70 more on the ones we already have, I'm not saying, again, I want to be very clear that I'm not saying ambulances are not necessary, all right? But the amount can be reused to 30, and the cost of the 40 could be used to buy more medication and medical equipment for hospitals. That would be my recommendation. On the GRTS, If I remember right, on Monday when we had the caucus, I stood and recommended that the 30 million for GRTS was small. Even before hearing from the minister, I said it was small because I was one person who had always been sabotaging GRTS in this National Assembly for not being able to cover CRR properly. Even in Janjampura, you cannot hear Radio Gambia. It's too noisy, you cannot hear. So if they are coming, if we have this type of funds and they are requesting for it, I think we should give them what they need. And on Monday, before I left, I made that recommendation, and I think two other NAMs followed me to say, yes, the 30 million was small, and we should give them more. But that was not done. Instead, centralized services was increased, and others. Mr. Minister, I want to know why that happened. Because we recommended that the 30 million should be increased on Monday. On Monday at the All Party Caucus, that's what we recommended. Maybe you cannot, you don't remember, but that's exactly what had happened. All right? And finally, I would concur with my friends, my fellow comrades, NAMs, higher education. I think we have been hearing from member for Stumana, who is a student at the university, over and over, lamenting inadequacies at the university. I, for one, would have thought, at least we should be able to give you 100 million and not 50 million. Somebody who needs 154 million, and you're giving him 50 million. That's not even solving his problem. So I would recommend, during the committee of the whole house, we look at this properly, right? Even we are going to reduce this from other sectors, we will do that and increase the allocation to higher education. Mr. Honorable Speaker, I am not against anybody having a vehicle. I am not against anybody having a vehicle. Okay? In fact, during our last agricultural committee meeting, tour in North Bank region, the deputy governor, we didn't find the governor there, we found the deputy governor there. Then we had a problem in our hands. The only vehicle that was procured from the 100 million that was allocated by this National Assembly, and the 3 vehicles procured from there for regional directors of livestock, was coming to Abuko to collect injections for a campaign in the North Bank, and it was seized. But immediately I told the deputy governor, he said, Honorable, rest assured, before the end of this week, they will return it. So that's a good initiative, and I think they are working. So I wouldn't say they don't need the vehicles. But I would have preferred, I would have loved to take this money, all right, and add it onto higher education. So that in December, when we are doing the budget, their vehicles can go into that one. If you have been waiting for a number of years, and now you're waiting, they ask you to wait for 4 months, I think that should be enough for you. I am, again, this is subjected to agreement by all the National Assemblies. So that's what I want to recommend on that one. This Basse Yorobawol Kalen Bush Town Road completed compensation. Mr. Minister, can we know, Mr. Honorable Speaker, can we know, please, how much had been paid, how much is left? Because we are just being told areas. We don't know exactly how much. Can we know how much has been paid and how much is the balance? Because we don't want to come at budget time, again you said areas, payment of areas, when we don't know specifically how much. Okay? And that goes for even the Banjul roads. Can we know this amount that is due to these contractors, amount that is already paid, and amount that is outstanding? So that when it comes here, it will be a doubt to nobody. We will all know exactly this is exactly what is left. Okay? I want to end up by informing Honorable Speaker a month or two ago, every National Assembly member here was informed about this CDF, Constituency Development Fund. Majority of us all went back to our constituencies, informed our people that this is the situation at the National Assembly. And they all identified what they need for their constituencies. And until now, there is no definitive answer to this question. How much have you allocated? How much should be allocated? Why is that not still allocated? When our term in this National Assembly is almost coming to an end. And our people are always asking, what is wrong with this CDF? So, Mr. Minister, when your turn comes, please, can you inform us something about this? On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think this House is becoming a bull without teeth. We can't bite. If we said we make decisions, we make things happen, and we keep singing and shouting about diaspora voting, and still we are not sure where the problem lies. Either it's an issue of money, it's an issue of interpretation of the Constitution. We've been dilly-dally. I think if the diasporans are disappointed, they will not only be disappointed in the executive, but they will be disappointed in the National Assembly. Because we are the people who are supposed to make decisions. So why is it that still now we can't take any affirmative steps to make sure that this position is
observation?
Take off.
Any observation? Honorable Speaker, the issue is registration. Section 11 of the Election Act is very clear that the IEC should maintain a register which includes people living in the diaspora. That's what it says. The same Elections Act says that the person can register where the person is born, in the constituency where you are born, or where you are resident. And there is nobody in the diaspora who is not born in a constituency. except those who may have citizenship by descent. So if that is the case, where is the gap that prevents IEC from going and registering those people where they were born? So the ball is really in the hands of the IEC. They should go ahead and request for the money, and we are ready to give the money. That's what we have given assurance. So this assembly has no blame. We are ready to give the money if the IEC requests for it, and they have every right to request for it. If they have not done so, we should challenge them. That's why we are telling the minister to tell the IEC, we've been waiting for them. If money is the problem, we are ready to give it. If there is another problem, then it's their problem, and they are to be blamed.
I disagree with the honorable member. If the issue is with the IEC, who can instruct the IEC? Is it not this honorable house? They are so independent that even their appropriation is not coming before us. If they are independent, their budget should not come before us. How independent are they to the extent that we cannot take a decision? Anyway, I maintain my position. If the diasporans are disappointed, they cannot only be disappointed in the executive, but they should also be disappointed in this parliament. That's my position. Honorable Speaker, moving away from the diaspora issue and coming to
Thank you. I'm standing on clause 26.2. Yes, I just want to remind the August Assembly that we have to draw the attention of the Speaker whenever we want to talk. But I'm seeing members, they are talking to each other whenever they want to observe. And that's wrong. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, like I said, moving to the judiciary. I have no problem with the revising courts. My problem is with the vehicles. I have had some interventions that they need to be mobile. What is before us here is for the revising courts. And we were informed by the Judicial Secretary that 10 revising courts would be in place. So we need 10 magistrates. And these are not traveling magistrates. They are going to be stationed at their courts. So we don't need these vehicles. All what the Judiciary Department can do for them is move them to their stations. If their job is done, go and pick them and bring them back. The judiciary is just using this sharp as a back way to demand for what they had demanded during the regular budget session. So I don't think it is really necessary for us to give this money to the judiciary for these judges. There are only 10. They are not traveling magistrates. They are not. Honorable Speaker, moving forward, to the Ministry of Information, which the nominated member is accusing me of being biased. But really, actually, the request that was sent to the Minister of Finance was far more than the 30 million. And one thing we must bear in mind is that this is a state broadcaster. It is our own institution. The comparison is between them and QCell. QCell have invested in their TV. So the state should invest in the GRTS. Thereafter, we can hold them responsible if they fail to deliver as expected. I would want to suggest that we need to give them their entire 98 million. And then we'll see them functional as we want them to be. Honorable Speaker, going further to the higher education ministry. Really, I think it is a common consensus that money allocated to them, the 50 million, fall far short of what actually they're looking for. I think we need to clear their debt completely to avoid any problem. And we can do that. The savings are here. So therefore, we should just give them their entire 134 million or 104 million, whatever the case may be, because it was initially 154 million and 50 million is given, so I think we still need to give them 104 million. That should be cleared off. And we can do it. The money is here already. Honorable Speaker, you see, everything in this budget, this supplementary budget, is very important. Nobody is questioning that. Nobody is saying one budget line is not important than the other. But since this is what we have, and our demands are more than what we have, then we need to prioritize it. What we are saying is, we are not saying don't give them at all. We are saying delay it until in the next 3-4 months when the regular budget will come before us. That's all. Personally, that's my position. We're not saying that no, they're not important. Every single line here is important. But we don't have that money. And other lines are more pressing than the other. So we need to prioritize it, Honorable Speaker. So therefore, the request from the Minister of Lands and Regional Government is important. Yeah, the deputy governors need to be mobile. But there is no harm delaying until 3-4 months' time. When their governors have their vehicles, it cannot be coincidental that all the two will need to move at one time. If your resources are limited, you manage your resources. I am not saying they should not have it, they should have it. But I'm saying we need to delay it. Not during this time. Supplementary? Why are we rushing? Why can't they wait? Just in the next stream, I'm sure by now all of them have got their letters from the Minister of Finance.